Good morning. Today is Monday, January 13th, 2025, and this is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power, and the committee has convened today for the purposes of a committee orientation that was supposed to start at 10, followed by a public hearing on 7 bills to begin at 10:30 a.m. Now, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, led today by the ranking member, Representative Stavis. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, the clerk will take attendance. Showed it to me. Oh. Excuse me. Yes.
Just use that.
Use
This
this?
is the bill.
Oh, okay.
You just call each person's name in order and just put a check.
Okay.
Representative Power,
Present.
Vice Chair McDonald. Clerk is present. Representative Stavis,
Present.
Deputy Maggiore,
Present.
Representative Dolan,
Present.
Representative Guthrie,
Yeah.
Representative Aylward,
Present.
Representative Murphy,
Present.
Representative Franz, Representative Walker,
Present.
Representative Karinsky,
Present.
Karasinski, excuse me,
Present.
Representative Gilman,
Present.
Representative Brock,
Present, and congratulations on pronouncing it correctly.
thank you, sir. Representative Colby,
Present.
Representative Germana,
Present.
Representative Gerard,
Present.
Representative Grund.
Present.
Thank you. Before we begin today, I have a few morning announcements. So as I announced, we have convened for orientation and public hearings on 7 bills that it is to start at 10:30. After the public hearing scheduled for 11:20, the committee will break for lunch. And then public hearings will resume at 1 o'clock until our publicly noticed business has been completed for the day. So in front of you, in the sea of papers that's on your table, you should find a stapled handout that's entitled Orientation. Also, as part of that packet, I have prepared a handout entitled Instructions and Checklists for Preparation of Committee Reports, some sample committee reports, a handout entitled Parliamentary Inquiry, and a memorandum from the New Hampshire Association of Counties. We will be going over this information during our orientation. So I'd like to begin with committee introductions. I've prepared an outline as a suggestion of what you might want to include in your introduction. I'll go over it briefly. You might want to jot down a few notes. It would be nice to share with everybody your name, your county that you're from, and the municipalities that you represent. Maybe a sentence about your background, how long you've lived in New Hampshire, the number of terms that you've served in the House, any past or present local government experience, maybe why you chose to serve on this committee. So I will go first. As I said, I am Representative Diane Power, and I will be serving as the chair of this committee for this term. I am from Hillsborough County, District 36, and I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville. My background is I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Worcester, Mass. And I am a retired digital design engineer and technical instructor. I have lived in New Hampshire for 37 years. This is my third term in the New Hampshire House, my third term on this committee. Last term, I had the privilege of serving as the vice chairman. My past local government experience includes I was elected to a cooperative school district budget committee where I served as the chair and a member. And I have also volunteered in my town of Brookline in the food pantry, as well as in the public schools in various roles. And why did I choose to put down municipal and county government as my committee choice? Freshman year, it was my second choice. I put down education first. I'm glad I didn't get assigned to education, but I do have a keen interest in municipal law. So next, we're just going to follow the list here on the orientation. Next, I'd like our vice chairman, Representative McDonald, to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John MacDonald. I've been a member of the legislature since 2018, and I've been on this committee the entire time. I think it's probably the best committee out of all the committees we have in the New Hampshire House, but I'm a little biased. I served as clerk for 4 years, and I was fortunate enough to be asked to take over the assistant chairman's job. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I have a law degree from Massachusetts School of Law. I retired from the New Hampshire State Police after a 30-year career. And for the past couple of years, I've been representing clients in China and Vietnam, which is a very unique representation to represent. I'm on the Town of Wolford Budget Committee. I'm the chairman. Been on that committee for about 35 years. And I look forward to working with you folks this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McDonald. Next, we have our clerk, Representative Bajellobrook.
Good morning. My name is Marie Bajellobrook. This is my first term in the House and my first term on this committee. This committee was one of my top 3 choices to be serving on, and I'm very proud to be here. My background is I currently have a doctorate in physical therapy, and I currently run a private practice in North Haverhill. Not much of a political career, really, but getting involved this year. I am on the executive committee for Grafton County, and we're going to do a lot of work with the budget for the county. And the reason why I ran for office, and gratefully that I won, was just to give back to the community that gave me so much in my practice. Did I miss anything? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have the ranking member, Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Laurel Stavis. I represent Grafton 313, which is the city of Lebanon, a city of some 14 to 15,000 people during the day, and which balloons to about 60,000 people when everybody shows up to work at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center. I have been in the legislature since 2018. I have only been on this committee. Representative McDonald said he thinks this is the best committee in the House, whereas I know this is the best committee in the House. Feel strongly about the importance of municipal and county government as a foundation of how things are run in New Hampshire, and I served on the Lebanon Planning Board for 8, maybe 9 years. I'm now currently a member of the West Lebanon Revitalization Advisory Committee. I have a degree in music from the New England Conservatory of Music, and I have been in administrative roles in higher education, both at Wellesley College and most recently at Dartmouth College, where I was assistant provost for international initiatives.
Thank you, Representative Stavis. Next, we have our Deputy Ranking Member, Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations. My name is Jim Majori. I represent the seaside community of Northampton, which is Rockingham 23, where I have been on the select board for this is my 15th year on the select board, and 3 years on the budget committee before that, where I also serve as the representative to the planning board and the Heritage Commission and the Water Commission. So there was a natural inclination to want to come to municipal and county government, where I have been for now all 4 terms that I have been in the House, and do agree that this committee is very effective, very effective, very cordial, and we've always had great relationships, and I have every expectation that that's going to continue. I'm always impressed at the education and the level of expertise of everybody here, which blends well to the important legislation. Because while we might not be on the back page of the paper and we may not be the lead story for MUR, we are what happens when you go home and pay your taxes. We are what happens when you drive down your roads. We are the everyday in your community. So I have a great passion for what we do here, and I look forward to the work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Majori. Next, we have Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Dolan. I'm from Londonderry. This is my 4th term in the legislature. I served 6 terms on the town council in Londonderry, 1 term as a budget committee member. Municipal and county was my first choice to come back to. I served as a ranking member of this committee as a freshman. Then served as the chair of the committee after that. Went on to the chair of a special committee on commissions, and asked the speaker if he would put me back on this committee in my 4th term. I'm a West Point grad. I served my country starting back in the 70s. Ended up also with a graduate degree from Pepperdine University, so I'm well aware of the geography of the current emergency in California with the fires going on. Pepperdine's right in the middle of that area. And I look forward to working with you all, and I'm glad to be back on the BEST committee.
Thank you, Representative Dolan. Next, we have Representative Guthrie to introduce himself.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Joe Guthrie. I represent the town of Hampstead. It's Rockingham 15. I've been around for a long while. I've probably been involved in local government for at least 60 years. Mainly because I think I was the youngest person elected school committee back in Massachusetts to come from North Andover, Mass, where I served on the Board of Selectmen in addition to the school committee. Then I moved up to the great state of New Hampshire and ran for selectman, and I've been a selectman on and off for something like 9 or 10 years. I had a break back in the 90s. I was a state rep, and my wife got very sick, and I had to be a caretaker. So that was an experience. Unfortunately, we lost her. So I went back and got busy again. And I'm still currently a selectman. in Hampstead. I have the honor, if there is an honor, to be the oldest member of the house, and I ask you to be nice to me just because of my age. So if I say what a couple of times, I hope you can appreciate that. I've also served on the planning board, the Board of Selectmen in Hampstead, as I said, and I'm so glad to be on this committee. As Jim has said earlier, that this is the committee that has a real impact on local government. Whatever we do, for good or for bad, and we have to be careful for ourselves and may, it has an impact on a local government. And I'm glad to be here. I see a lot of new faces, and I welcome you all, and I hope you enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Guthrie. Representative Elward is next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Deborah L. Word, like the L word. It doesn't look like that in writing, but that's how it's pronounced. I'm a native of Washington, D.C. When living inside the Beltway became intolerable, I had the opportunity to come to New Hampshire in 2006 and help build a house on 5 acres. So I'm now living a rural lifestyle. Local control was a shock to me. Completely unfamiliar with this process. I came from regional services to town services. I'm a retired private investigator and detective agency owner. I was a high specialist in missing children investigations. My past government experience was when I was appointed to the Private Security Services Advisory Board to the Commonwealth of Virginia Criminal Justice Services Department. So it was a license to snoop. I chose, and there was a lot to snoop about in these small towns. So I chose not to serve locally because I felt I'd be more effective as a citizen activist, and I have done so and have affected major changes in town government happenings. And I'm serving my second term on this committee. It's a wonderful group of people, and welcome everybody. Hope to make your personal acquaintance here soon.
Thank you, Representative Elward. Next, we have Representative Murphy.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Dennis Murphy. I'm a new member, Cheshire 11, which represents the town of Winchester only. I have a BS from the University of Lowell in plastics. I was a plastics process engineer before I retired. I have been a town moderator since 2014, and I lived in New Hampshire for 20 years now. Married for almost 51. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Murphy. Representative Franz, will you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Linda Franz. I come from Wentworth. I represent Grafton District 6, which is Wentworth, Rumney, and Orford. My past experience has been in accounting, administration, finance from Massachusetts. I grew up there. Retired up here in New Hampshire in 2014, so I've been here for a while. And after retirement, my town was in a bit of trouble administratively as far as not having help. So, of course, I volunteered and stayed there 2 years as their administrator and learned a lot about municipal government, and that's why I chose this committee. And I'm looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Franz. And Representative Walker, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name's David Walker. I am from Rochester. Been born and raised in New Hampshire all my life. Been in Rochester for 40 years. I'm a retired engineering supervisor from Pratt Whitney Aircraft. I've served in the Rochester City Council since 1995, so I got over 30 years of experience in city council. I was the mayor for one term, 2 years in 2003. And on my form, when I'm selecting committees, I put municipal government, municipal government, municipal government. I got it. So here I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Walker. And to finish off on that side of the table, we have Representative Karazinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sly Karasinski. I'm from Swansea, and I've lived in Cheshire County for 35 years. Serving out my third term as Swansea Selectman, and I'm representing Cheshire District 10, which is Richmond and Swansea. I work for the North Swansea Water and Fire Precinct as a superintendent. It's a village district within the town of Swansea. And I'm a former fire chief and assistant moderator in town. And municipal and county was one of my 3 top choices. And here I am, first year. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Karazinski. And next we have Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Julie Gilman. I represent Rockingham District 11, which is the town of Exeter. Exeter is where I was born and raised. I'm serving my 5th term here. I've also served or finishing up my 18th year on the select board in Exeter. And through that experience, I've worked with the planning board, the zoning board, the various and sundry other boards and committees that we've set up or established. I've worked with our economic development director on some of the innovative development laws that we have here in New Hampshire, and on the master plan committee that we updated just a few years ago. I have a degree in architecture from the Rhode Island School of Design, and I look forward to working with you all. This is, as Representative Majori said, always an interesting and very conversational group. And thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. Representative Frocht.
Good morning. I'm David Fracht, or Frocht, to pronounce it correctly. I represent Grafton 16, which is the town of Enfield. I've lived in Enfield since about 2009. Serving currently on the Enfield Planning Board, which I've chaired for probably 6 or 7 years. Also co-chaired our Master Planning Task Force, which has completed the first update to the town's master plan in about 25 years. Government experience, I've been on land use boards both here in New Hampshire and in Vermont for a total of, I think, about 25 years. I seem to have become very interested in land use laws and how they affect the people in general, development, excuse me, and hope to be able to continue to maintain local control in the state of New Hampshire. Work history and education history, I have a degree in psychology from Western Reserve University when it was still named that. Professionally, I have been involved in professional communication as a producer of multi-image and computer-generated slides, and most recently large format printing, including banners, posters, trade show displays, etc., etc. I still keep a few clients, and between that and this committee and my duties in town, I'm a busy person. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Frocht. And next to introduce themselves is Representative Colby.
Hello, I'm Elena Colby. I am representing my first term from Bow and Hopkinton. I've lived in Bow for 21 years. I'm serving my first term on the Bow Select Board, and I sit as vice chair currently. I am a certified New Hampshire public supervisor. Um, I sit on hazard mitigation, heritage, budget committee. My business background is in automotive management. I have a passion for local government, even watching other communities' select board meetings for fun. Uh, Public service is a passion. I started off as a PTO president, a baseball coach, a baseball league president, and as we all know, you just pick up more positions as you go along. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Colby. And next we have Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm Dylan Germana, representing Cheshire 1 and Keene, where I've lived for 18 of my 21 years so far, so ever since I can remember. For my background, I'm also a market leader for Jersey Mike's, so I oversee our stores up here in New Hampshire. I'm also serving my first term on the Keene School Board, and yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Representative Germana. And next we have Representative Gerard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Dale Gerard. I'm representing Sullivan District 6, which covers the towns of Claremont and Croydon. I have an associate's in business as well as my paramedic certificate. I'm a lifelong resident in the state of New Hampshire. This is my first term for the New Hampshire State Representatives. I'm a third-term city councilor and my second term as mayor in the community. I originally became involved through the Airport Advisory and Planning Board, the Climate Development Authority. So I've been involved with quite a few different items in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gerard. And last but not least, Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Stephanie Grund. I represent Hillsborough 34, which is the town of Amherst. Background, I have a Bachelor of Science from Case Western Reserve University. Wow. Yes. This is Case Western Reserve is what Western Reserve College became. So I worked in public accounting for about 5.5 years. I went to multinational companies and worked on SEC reporting and some financing. Moved to New Hampshire 20 years ago, and this is my first term. I've been a Girl Scout volunteer. I've volunteered in the schools. I'm currently chair of Sohegan School Board and work closely with our selectmen on CIP issues, even zoning and planning we talk about a lot when we're building new schools. So this is a big interest of mine as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Grund. That concludes our introduction of committee members. Next, I would like to introduce to the committee our committee staff. The Director of House Committee Services is Ann Fitzgerald, and I don't see her. And so next, I would like to welcome our committee assistant, Jamie Wyman. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jamie Wyman. I am the committee assistant, nonpartisan staff employee for Municipal, as well as the other 5 committees that meet on this side of the hallway. So you'll be seeing scheduling notices from me based on the chair's request. I maintain the permanent record for all of the bills that are in Municipal, as well as the rest of the committees on this side of the hallway. So if you ever need anything, whether that be a copy of a voting sheet, testimony, any of that sort of stuff, I keep that on record. I essentially ensure that all committee-related information is accurately listed in the calendars, in the folders that then are shipped off to archives and posted on the committee website for anybody to review in the future.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I do now see Ann Fitzgerald, the Director of HCS. Would you like to say a few words? Thank you, Anne. And finally, for our committee staff, we have Christy Osfresser, the committee researcher. Thank you, Christy. And with that, concludes our introductions. Now, the chair has managed to schedule things such that we are now behind schedule. So I will continue and try to be as quick as I can with regards to going over information for the committee orientation. You have the handout in front of you. I did spend a bit of time preparing this for you. It's pretty self-explanatory. I will go through it very quickly. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me or ask me for clarifications. So committee meetings, notices for meetings will be sent to you in your legislative email by the committee assistant. You can also find the committee public notices for our committee meetings. They will be published weekly in the House calendar. You may have also requested for a hard copy to be mailed to you by the House clerk. Additionally, you can find this information online at the New Hampshire Journal and Court website, the digital calendar, and this information is also displayed on the LOB monitors. Please understand that each member is personally responsible for obtaining this information and being here when we're scheduled to meet. Currently, we will be meeting once a week. At present, it's looking like it will be Mondays based on the availability of this room. However, additional days of the week, maybe Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays, may be required for us to meet in order to meet House deadlines. We will be starting typically at 9:30 or 10, depending upon the day of the week that we will meet. I will plan to give you all, I'd like to do a full hour lunch break, typically beginning around the time that we end the bill that is scheduled before noon, based on our schedule. So committee business will continue then after lunch until all our publicly noticed work has been completed for the day. And also note that start, break, and end times might need to be adjusted to accommodate the workload in front of us. Importantly, each member of the committee has been assigned a file cabinet drawer. The cabinet's located over there in our committee room, and that is for your personal use. Coat racks are located throughout the LOB. Please don't be hanging large, bulky coats off of your committee chairs. Decorum, that's going to be very important in this committee. Please ensure that all cell phones and electronic devices are silenced while in this committee, and refrain from using electronic devices unless it's for committee purposes like taking notes or researching. I don't want to find out that somebody has posted on social media that Representative Powers' husband is testifying and his tie is outdated. So additionally, sidebar conversations with committee members and crosstalk shall not be permitted. Committee members and members of the public shall be recognized by the chair before speaking. And food and drink is not to be consumed during meetings. Water is permissible. Please use the little shelves underneath your table. Unfortunately, you're going to see my water bottle here because I don't have a shelf. So public hearings, I'm not going to go through everything here. You can study that on your own. Members of the public providing in-person testimony, please fill out pink cards and place them on the clipboard located at the table where the researcher is sitting. Before each hearing, the Representative Karazinski will grab the appropriate clipboard and pink cards, and the clipboard should be passed to the vice chair. Members of the public shall not approach the committee table for any reason during, while the hearing or, executive session is in process, and please follow the procedure for the pink cards. Order of speakers providing testimony, that is the witnesses. I will allow prime sponsors in introducing the bill and or a co-sponsor introducing the bill, followed by co-sponsors of the bill, then senators and state reps. Then the order would be state government officials, and following local officials and members of the public. I will do my best to alternate between for and against the bill. Very important, if the governor or chief justice enters the room, all members shall rise upon their entrance. So back to decorum, guidelines for members: be always respectful of members and speakers. Please give your full attention to them, especially when they're speaking. Ask questions of a witness in order to clarify testimony and obtain information. Please do not ever debate the witness. You will hear the gavel. Personal opinions, speeches regarding bills, other things shall not be prohibited during public hearings. Save those types of things for our executive session. All questions for speakers/witnesses shall be directed through the chair. And then follow-up questions by members of the committee will be at the chair's discretion. It is my aim to allow each member on the committee who would like to ask a question of a witness to be able to ask at least one, and then a follow-up question. If you have additional questions, I will cycle back to you after other people have had a chance to ask a first and follow-up question. And another thing that is important to understand, that when a member of this committee is a prime sponsor, a co-sponsor of a bill, or you wish to provide testimony on a bill that's before this committee, you will leave your seat here and do so when I call you to the witness stand, and you may choose to sit in the audience, or you can come back to your committee seat, but you will not be permitted to ask questions of speakers providing testimony on that bill. Now, executive sessions, normally additional public input will not be permitted unless the chair determines that any such input is critical to the bill discussion and debate. And discussions during executive session shall be confined to the bill under consideration. I have the motions that can be made during exec session. Committee amendments. Only a committee member may offer an amendment during an executive session for a vote, and amendments may be drafted by any legislator, but a member of this committee must offer the amendment. Please contact OLS to request a draft amendment to be drafted. It's unofficial. OLS will then send the final draft, their final draft amendment. They'll work with you. And once you are happy with the language, my understanding is that that amendment, the unapproved, will be sent by OLS to HCS located on the 4th floor, and they will automatically request 40 copies to be made for distribution at the executive session. It is the responsibility of the member who will be offering the amendment to go to the 4th floor before the executive session, get those hard copy amendments, and then to distribute them here, and also to place the extra copies on the table for the public. Let's see. Oh, also, if you are going to offer an amendment during an executive session, please email it to the entire committee as soon as possible. And members should be attentive to their email so that they can check their email and look at the amendment before getting into the executive session. That's very important. Let's see. Yeah, and we would like any amendments to be distributed to the committee no later than 24 hours ahead of the executive session. So then I have some information with regard to committee reports. I won't go through that. You can read that on your own. And so with regards to committee reports, if you volunteer or you're assigned to write a committee report that may be a majority or a minority report, they shall be submitted to both myself and the vice chair, Representative McDonald, for review as soon as possible, or no later than 48 hours following the executive session. This is important because I'm responsible to review everything to make sure that it is accurate and that it follows the proper format. And additionally, after that, the committee reports go to the committee researcher. She has things that she needs to look at. That's part of her job. And then it goes to the Speaker of the House, and he has the final say. So I need to pass in the bill file in order that contains the committee report and other paperwork in order for the bills to appear in the House calendar so that they can go to the House floor. Notably, House deadlines might require shorter submission timeline to myself, in which case I will make every effort to give you a heads up on that. We may need to have same day submissions, but I will let you know. I already went over that. And just to reiterate, there are some handouts with regards to what a committee, like a proper, well-written committee report should look like and contain. And I did give you some example reports that I authored only because I had access to those on my computer. There are other committee reports that you could use as a model. Please reference the House calendars for that. So one other thing that I would like to offer to this committee is what I call guideline principles for effective committee meetings. So I have 4 main topics, and I will go through this because I think this is important. Reflection. Be mindful of personal assumptions and biases. Be tolerant of views which conflict with yours. Communication. Express yourself with clarity and respect for both yourself and others. Listening. Actively listen with the intent to understand. Be receptive to what others say in consideration of the possibility that they might have knowledge and or insights that you lack. And lastly, evaluation. Carefully consider all inputs and information before arriving at a conclusion. I think that if we can follow these guidelines in this committee and with regards to the people's work that we have before us, we will do an excellent job and be effective and productive as a committee. So to wrap it up, miscellaneous, I've noted to please see House Rules 45 as well as House Rules 100 through 101 for more detailed information with regards to committees. So anticipated bills referred to this committee, it looks like we're going to have quite a bit. So based on the LSRs that were requested, it looks to me like we're going to potentially have 60 House bills. The last time I checked on Sunday, we have 40 referred to this committee. And I'm estimating maybe as many as that Senate bill LSRs have been requested. They aren't all going to come over to the House, but we're going to maybe have a fair amount. but we deal with the Senate bills after crossover. Okay, so again, for now, our committee meetings will be, our regular committee day will be Monday. I will always have announcements at the beginning of our meetings as well as at the end for important dates that we need to be attentive to. And just to reiterate, House sessions will normally be held on Thursdays with the possibility of a Wednesday. And to conclude this orientation, I would ask that all committee members kindly send me your best contact information in an email, and I have it listed here. Please provide your best email that you actually check. It doesn't have to be your legislative email, as well as a phone number. And please indicate if you would like, this will not be published, but if you would like that information to be shared with our committee only, please so note. And don't hesitate to contact me with any questions or concerns at any point. I am here to serve this committee. Thank you. So, as I said, the chair has improperly scheduled the orientation. We are now, based on what clock we look at, 25 minutes behind schedule. So I'm going to allow the clerk to get organized, and then we will start our hearings. Thank you. It looks like the clerk is all set. Here's Faulkner right here. Okay. I don't have my gavel yet, so I'm going to have to use my water bottle. So at this time, I will open the public hearing on House Bill 84, allowing municipalities to collect fees for certain recreational vehicles located on campground properties. So here with us today, we have Representative Faulkner from Swansea, who is here to introduce the bill before us. Welcome, Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for inviting me to start off your session. I don't know if being first is an advantage or not, but here we go. HB 84 is a bill that allows municipalities to set a fixed fee instead of collecting real estate property taxes from unregistered recreational vehicles on campgrounds. The fee would be collected through the campground owners. Right now, the law works this way, that each April 1st, the campground reports to the municipality all of the RVs that are on site and identifies those that are properly registered with motor vehicle or trailer plates. And those RVs are exempt from municipal property tax. Those that are not registered are there for the season, if they're there on April 1st, the municipality would then assess and collect real estate taxes from those RVs, that's like a cabin or a cottage on the campground property. The problem is, and this was identified to me by my discussions with the tax collector and assessing department in Swansea, that it takes hours and hours to track down all these people. A lot of them are out-of-state people. They often find that the RV has been sold. There's no real process for stopping that sale or collecting taxes before the sale. There are not these, it depends on the state that they're from, whether they have a title or not. It takes more time and more effort for them to collect real estate taxes than they actually realize through the taxes. So the idea here is to have a fixed fee, a small fee that would be collected in lieu of real estate taxes on these RVs that are basically used as year-round seasonal vacation homes. Again, this is a request I received from the town of Swansea. We have the town administrator here to answer more detailed questions, but I'd be happy to answer what I can.
Thank you, Representative Faulkner, for introducing the bill. Are there any questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What would the fees be that are proposed to be collected?
So the way this is set up is that the municipality would have the option of imposing a fee, or they could continue to collect real estate taxes. If they set a fee that would be up to the selectmen of the town, the bill has a maximum of $200 annually. But they could pick any number up to that. Typically, these if you were to register your RV trailer, for example, you would be paying a taxes to wherever town you're registered in. They would be based upon the original sales price and the depreciation. That fee schedule is set up by the state. So $200, $100 is sort of on the often would be less than they would pay in taxes to the town. But it's a matter of if they don't want to pay that fee, then they register their vehicle, RV, as a vehicle.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How did you arrive at the fee of not to exceed $200? Was that something that the assessors recommended based on what they are trying to collect right now, or?
Yes, we discussed the value. And again, it's not so much, at least from Swansea's point of view, it's not so much how much they're collecting, but how much time they have to spend to collect it, because they're spending hours on that. The $200 is approximately what you would pay in real estate property taxes for I'm gonna do my math correctly. A RV that might be assessed at $8,000. Because if it's registered, then that's not exactly how it works. But again, that brings in point another problem is that the assessors don't really have a experience in how to value recreational vehicles. I mean, they do buildings and land. So it's kind of a hit or miss whether they get that number correctly, but it would be what they would pay if their RV were valued at about $8,000, a typical $25 per thousand municipal tax.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next to speak to this bill is Jeremy Sprints from Epsom.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Mr. Sprints.
Members of the Municipal and
Yeah.
County
Government Committee.
Just 1 second. Please, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and whether your position on the bill, support or oppose, or are neutral. Thank you.
Yep. My name is Jeremy Sprints. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Campground Owners Association. The association opposes the amendment to 727D or HB 84. I can appreciate what appears to be the intent behind this amendment to the RSA. However, its implications are concerning. As the executive director of a membership-based association that represents over 100 private business owners, I manage significant day-to-day operations along with dues collections, production of an annual 100-page publication, camping and recreational vehicle show with close to 100 exhibitors and 7,000 to 8,000 attendees annually. I'm very familiar with the challenges of chasing money. However, this amendment, as it's written, is complex and the language is open to broad interpretation. It's unclear whether the proposed municipal fee is intended to be a supplement or replace existing taxes. The association was not consulted before this amendment was introduced, obviously hindering the opportunity to have a thorough and informed discussion, which in turn ends up bringing us here today. The origins of this RSA predate the decade that I've been with the association, but I can tell you throughout that time, it has been nothing but a continuous confusion and conflict. I've had a number of conversations with the DRA office discussing the issues that it creates. I've encountered situations ranging from towns attempting to place liens on campsites, which are property taxes have already been paid by the owners. The towns trying to impose tax liabilities on new seasonal campers for previous campers' uncollected debts. I've also seen towns attempting to enforce RSAs that don't apply. I've even seen notices to campers threatening misdemeanor charges for moving campers before proving tax payment. I actually have a permission to move mobile home notice that was sent, despite these being recreational vehicles, not mobile homes. It's actually signed by the tax collector and the board of selectmen from the town. I can't even fathom to imagine the liability issues that would be involved if a campground owner had been told to prevent someone from leaving their property before taxes are being paid. A number of campground owners have indicated in conversations that these municipalities find the current system burdensome and sometimes they don't even want to deal with it. I've actually read minutes from a Board of Assessors meeting revealing that the town administrator states believing the administrative effort to assess these vehicles outweighs the revenue generated, yet they have no alternative because of what it states in the RSA. Particularly problematic aspect of this amendment is an attempt to unfairly place the burden of collecting taxes and fees on campground owners. They're not tax collectors. This amendment lacks clarity regarding the calculation of the proposed fee of up to $200 and the criteria for which it's based. This uncertainty is just another extension of the inconsistent application of recreational vehicles that I see often. I think you're seeing evidence of this in another form with what's going on in Rochester right now, where it sounds like they've recently tried to value recreational vehicle as if it was a home. Furthermore, this amendment doesn't clarify who will be collecting fees from other landowners across the state who have unregistered RVs or trailers on their properties. You know, one of the reasons why some of these RVs are not registered is because they are left there in storage at the campground during the winter when they're not open. Their permanent residence is somewhere else. And they're only here for the summer. If it was stored at another facility, it wouldn't even be subject to this taxation. The reality is that this is not a revenue generator for towns and municipalities. In most instances, it seems they incur more time, effort, and expense than the revenue that it brings in. I think if that wasn't the case, I don't think we'd be here today. That being said, I would propose the most straightforward solution, which is completely remove recreational vehicles as defined in RSA 216I from this section of the law. I appreciate you guys taking the time today to hear me out.
Thank you, Mr. Sprints.
You're welcome.
Does anybody have a question for Mr. Sprints? Seeing none, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Mike, I think it says Branley. Welcome to Municipal and County Government. State your name, your position, and who you represent.
Good morning. My name is Michael Brandley. I'm Town Administrator for the Town of Swansea, and I am here in support of HB 84. Swansea is home to three campgrounds, two of which allow recreational vehicles to stay unregistered in the campground year-round. Several years ago, the Department of Revenue Administration began requiring municipalities to tax unregistered RVs in campgrounds as real estate. Swansea complied with this requirement, however, quickly realized several flaws with the system. First, the amount of tax revenue generated comes nowhere near covering the costs to develop the values, collect the tax, and deal with the problems that the bills cause. Taxing RVs requires the town's assessor, which for many communities, including Swansea's, is a contractor paid hourly for their services, to inspect the campground around April 1st. The assessor inspects the campgrounds for unregistered RVs and develops an assessed value for them based on their age, make, and model. Of the 60 RVs Swansea taxed in 2024, the average tax bill was $114. Of that total, almost a third of the taxable value ended up being abated or waived, so the town only collected around $4,700, of which about 25% stays with the town, or under $1,200. This is like the loss of money on dog licenses, although at least those have the purpose of rabies prevention. As has been mentioned by other speakers, taxing a mobile home or mobile vehicle like an RV is not like taxing a home or other real property in ways that make it very challenging to collect this tax. If a landowner does not pay their property taxes, the town will put a lien on the deed at the Registry of Deeds and either collect when the property sells or eventually take ownership by tax deed. With an RV, there is no deed to lien or mechanism to take ownership or force repayment. This creates the worst kind of tax where conscientious people who pay the bill they receive are punished, and those who do not pay it suffer no consequence. Also, unlike other real estate, RVs can also be registered as a vehicle. An RV that is registered is not subject to property tax. Because property is taxed as of April 1st, which is not exactly peak camping season in New Hampshire, the registration stickers are often not on the RVs when the town inspects. The tax bills in May then prompt phone calls from irate RV owners who received a tax bill even though their RV was registered, either because it was not registered on April 1st or the sticker was not yet on the vehicle. Also, because there is no deed, ownership information comes from the campgrounds, who have no incentive to provide accurate information. Inaccurate billing leads to needing to generate new bills and/or abatements. HB 84 seeks to solve these and other issues with the current system by eliminating this unjust tax and replacing it with a fee on the campgrounds for unregistered RVs. The fee will be collectible by the municipality from the campground, where the current tax is difficult to collect. By generating a flat amount per RV, the time and cost to develop individual assessments based on the specific details of the RV is eliminated. Calls to the town from RV owners disputing the tax, saying their RV was registered or sold, and any number of other issues will no longer happen. I think there's been discussion about trying to develop another solution. I think we'd be supportive of that. We just wanted to start the discussion about trying to collect an issue, which it sounds like is a problem for the campground owners as well.
Thank you, Mr. Branley. Other questions for the speaker? Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm from Rochester, so it's blowing up in my community. I've just had a quick question with your parks in Swansea. Do you have campers that have additions like enclosed porches, ADUs? Because that's what we have in Rochester, which qualifies for real estate. So
Our primary focus is on the RVs themselves. I don't want to speak to improvements such as decks and enclosures like that. I'm not aware of that part of the issue so much. It's more the RVs specifically for us.
well, the reason why I ask is that those RVs are no longer mobile when they're like that. So I'm just wondering if your assessor, I guess you have a contractor, have noted that anywhere, that they're actually permanent structures now?
Not that I recall, but
Okay.
I could get back to the
Thank
committee
you.
on that, if that's all.
As a reminder to new committee members, you are permitted to ask one question and then you need to ask permission to ask a follow-up. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Also, if you have some written testimony, could you pass that along? Next, we have Mr. Richard Sullivan. For the record, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Thank you.
My name is Richard Sullivan. I represent Harbor Hill Campground in Meredith, New Hampshire, and I'm here to oppose this bill today because I think it unfairly treats campgrounds as opposed to any other property owner. Back in 2013 is when the Department of Revenue sent out notices to all the assessors that they had to really clamp down on this new law and start enforcing taxing RVs and other unregistered trailers. So I got this letter that said they'll begin assessing trailers throughout the town. And this includes travel trailers and campgrounds, as well as unregistered box trailers used as storage. So fast forward 10 years later, so that April in 2013, the assessor came to my campground and I welcomed him, showed him around, and I asked, how are you going to attempt to, if you're going to tax me for my unregistered trailers on my property, how are you going to go around the rest of the town and capture all these other structures and box trailers and all these things so that we're all being treated fairly in the town? You can't just come straight after a campground. And he said, over the 10 years, assessors go to properties, visit each property at least once every 10 years. And he said, I'll capture them all then as I go around. I still felt that was unfair because he comes to my campground every year, but he's only going to look at everybody else's property every 10 years. So fast forward 10 years later, they've never taxed another trailer anywhere else in the property, anywhere else in Meredith. Maybe that's not 100% true. But I can point to numerous box trailers throughout my town that are not being taxed because I can see it all on the assessing database. So I feel like we're being very unfairly targeted by this bill and by the previous one. But I understand the need for the law, the idea behind it. So I'm not 100% against the idea, but the way it's being enforced is unfairly targeting campgrounds. There's no other property owners in any town that are being asked to self-declare, real estate, low value real estate. Lots of people have sheds, other trailers that technically are called real estate. There's no other proposal that would tax these structures to treat us all fairly. So I appreciate your time. That's all I had to say. I feel it's very unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Questions for Mr. Sullivan? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Brody DeShays.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and the rest of the committee. My name is Brody DeShays, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are a voluntary association made up of all the towns in the state of New Hampshire, and we advocate for their interest here in Concord and on different bills and proposals that come before your committee and others. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 84. This was a member request by the town of Swansea and a few others to their local legislator, and they contacted us about the issue that they are dealing with, which is the cost to try to assess all of these individual RVs that aren't registered, and with the timeline of when they have to be assessing them, makes it so then at times they're either losing money or barely breaking even trying to collect this revenue. These are improvements that are made to these properties. If someone is, for example, as the representative alluded to earlier, are making improvements to an RV that they're essentially using similarly to an affixed structure. The goal isn't to try to squeeze campgrounds and to make their lives more difficult. The goal is to make sure that towns are able to collect the revenues that state law currently permits them to collect. And this is a way to make it more workable for those towns, to make it more fair when they're trying to collect this revenue. So I think with that, there's been a lot of great points that were brought up by the town of Swansea and the issues that towns are dealing with when trying to assess and collect this tax revenue. And hopefully this will be a way where campgrounds can essentially collect the fee from these people who don't register their RVs and then can include that in their property tax bills as a way to streamline the assessing and the collecting process for these communities. With that, I will take any questions that the committee members have.
Thank you, Mr. Deshays. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. So the final pink card that I have here on House Bill 84 is for Mr. Dave, and I can't make out that last name. Could you repeat that when you sit down? Also, I think that you've indicated that you would like 10 minutes to speak.
No, that was.
Oh, yeah.
Some of what I've said has already been said.
Perfect. So don't repeat that. Just add new information and try to keep it 3 minutes or less. Thanks.
It looks, the first read of that bill's clearly, I don't have it in front of me, but it seemed
The
to
witness is to spend for, could you please, for the record, state your name, where you're from, and who you represent in your position?
Dave Mankus, I'm from Wolfboro, and I'm the treasurer of the New Hampshire Campground Association. I've also owned a campground in my family for 55 years, and we have quite a bit of experience with this. When I first skimmed over the bill, I said, great, my wife is doing all the assessor's work, chasing down registrations and things like that, and presents a package to the town every April 1st. And I said, she's going to get $200 for her work. And then I read it again and realized that it was charging an additional $200. So I'm still a little confused because the sponsor of the bill clearly said this morning and in an email to our association that this $200 was instead of taxation, which I have different feelings about. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, we used to measure the trailers, and if they were under 320 square feet, they were considered untaxable. And it was pretty clean and simple. This taxing things with wheels as real estate is very problematic. And it just is difficult to work. So you're dealing with something that'll never work in the first place. We've had trailers that have left with no forwarding address, and a lien was put on our campsite so that the next person that occupied it got a tax bill for previous occupants that they never even knew. So what do you do in that situation if you're a campground owner and you have two sites and one has a lien on it and the tax bill is going to fall on anyone who occupies that site? You pay the bill. So the law says we're not liable for it, but in all practicality, we have paid the bills. Other than that, it's very unfair in the fact that it applies to campgrounds, but it's inexpedient to make it apply to everyone in the town. Not 50 feet from my property line, my neighbor has a box trailer and a motorhome that have been sitting there for at least 20 years and through many evaluations. When I checked last Friday, they were not taxed. So the tax is inequitable in the fact that if you park something outside of a campground, it's just too hard to find it, too hard to appraise it, and too hard to tax it. The gentleman sponsor of this bill looks like he's trying to attach that problem. He's trying to make it easier for me to pay a flat fee tax, but it still doesn't address the inequality of the fact that if you are parked somewhere in the town they will never find your RV and they will never tax it. The unit 50 feet from my property is a box trailer, which I think is exactly what this started with in Atkinson when the judge said you have to tax the box trailers. So anyway, I put down that I was not in favor of this because I was in the impression that it was an addition to tax. I still am a little confused, but I'm under the impression this morning that this is in lieu of a tax, which I think I could work with that because it would simplify things a little bit like it was years ago. And my wife will have less work. If the town charged $200, my wife would be paying over $12,000 to the town in addition to the tax. But if it was instead of the tax, I don't know, I think maybe there's some hope here. Question?
Thank you, sir. Questions? I had one. With regards to the box container and a camper that you referenced parked, I think you said in your neighborhood or whatnot, do people reside?
No, it's
those?
the original court case had to do with box trailers that were used for storage. My neighbor has a box trailer used for storage, and it's never been taxed right up until last Friday when I checked. They also have an RV motorhome parked in their property. But the problem is the tax department goes for the low-hanging fruit. So they go to the campgrounds because it's like harvesting a cluster of grapes with one snip. My wife does all the work. But to go all over town and try to search out every trailer, every RV is like, every tax assessor I've talked to says that's just not cost effective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak to this bill who hasn't had the opportunity to do so? Representative Faulkner. You could email your clarification to the committee. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 84. So we are behind schedule. And at this time, I am going to open the public hearing on House Bill 86, FN Local, increasing the cost of service for notice of civil forfeiture of unlicensed dogs to the rate for certified mail. And we have with us this morning Representative St. Clair, who is the prime sponsor, to introduce the bill to the committee. Welcome, Representative St. Clair.
And it is indeed a pleasure to be here. Thank you. This is, I hate to say this, but this is really, to me, a common sense answer to a situation we have in Laconia and apparently statewide, where postage rates have gone up and the cost of mailing out notices to people who have not registered their dogs has not gone up to meet that. Therefore, my constituents in District 5, Laconia, are subsidizing, no matter how small the amount may be or large the amount may be, the postage to people who have not done their duty to register their dogs. And that's really the pretty clear description of what we're trying to do here with this bill. And my city clerk is here to give you any real details that need to be clarified for this.
Thank you for that bill introduction, Representative. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you again.
Next to speak on House Bill 86, I have Ms. Katie Gargano. So it looks like you've indicated 4 minutes. If possible, please take 3 or less.
I had to. Charlie told me to change it to 4. Good morning, Madam Chairperson and committee members. My name is Katie Gargano. I'm the city clerk in Laconia, and I contacted Representative St. Clair about the submission of this bill. When following the civil forfeiture process, we must send notices by certified mail or they must be hand-delivered. In the city of Laconia, we share an animal control officer with 2 other communities. And when we saw this past year we had 300 notices to send, the best option was for us to mail them. I feel like the requested language is, the language change is simple. Over the years, we're continuously seeing rates increase by the United States Postal Service, and I'm trying to cover the municipality's expenses for sending out the notices as required by law. The city of Laconia licenses approximately 2,800 dogs per year, generating money for the Department of Agriculture and the city of Laconia. In 2024, we had to send 300 civil forfeitures, which were a cost of $9.64 per letter. But the current RSA allows for us to collect 7. So we resulted in a loss of $792.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much time does your office take to process all these civil forfeitures every year?
Well, we have software that takes care of
I understand.
tracking, so it probably takes us a day to prepare the list, and we print out the civil forfeitures. The certified mail cards come right out of our printer, and then we just put them on the envelopes and send them out. So it probably takes about a day.
As a reminder to committee members, this is not a conversation with the witness. You are permitted to ask 1 question, and then if you want to say anything additional, please indicate that you would like to ask a follow-up question. Are there any other questions for Ms. Gargano? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Ms. Tina Guilford to speak on this bill.
My name is Tina Guilford. I'm the town clerk in Derry. We have a very similar problem to what Laconia has. We license over 7,000 dogs in Derry. And while we do have an animal control officer, in 2023, we had 1,821 unlicensed dogs. In 2024, 1,244 unlicensed dogs. So we are working on getting our residents to license. However, this is quite a bit of money that is being subsidized by other Derry residents with the cost of the civil forfeiture, because it would be impossible by the statutes for my animal control officer to go to all these doors and post notices by the deadline in statute. It does take my office about 3 or 4 days to get all the civil letters out. It was, like I said, 1,200 of them this year. And it's quite a bit of money subsidizing by the taxpayers. All other required notices that we are required to send by certified mail, for example, tax liens, NSFs, all those things, they all have current cost of postage. So this seems like it's something relatively simple, because if they license their dog on time, nobody needs to pay this. So this is only for people who do not license, and they should be the people paying the freight. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Guilford. Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I have Tammy, is it Bakey? Thank you. Welcome to Municipal and County Government. You have indicated 5 minutes, just, perfect, thank you.
Good morning, members. I am Tammy Bakey. I am the town clerk tax collector of the wonderful town of Kingston. I am here representing the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. The association and I fully support HB 86. Currently, the clerks can only recoup $7 from the $8.95 cost to mail civil forfeitures notice. This is as required by RSA 46614. Kingston has approximately 1,800 dogs. Last year, we sent 145 civil forfeiture letters, which cost the town $282. In small towns like Kingston, this has an impact on our budget. I respectfully ask for your support in amending RSA 46614.
Thank you, Ms. Bakey. That was efficient. Questions for the witness? Seeing none? Thank you. And the last pink card that I have is Mr. Daniel Healy.
Hi, Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, and I support this bill. So as some of the other clerks had already mentioned, the cost of postage exceeds the amount that we're able to charge. In Nashua, we have about 10,500 dogs to license each year. And I believe last year we had about 2,000 that required the civil forfeiture. Even after, trying to get people to come in by email reminders and all that. So it ends up costing the city quite a bit of money if we were to send all of the civil forfeitures at that current rate. So I think it's a pretty straightforward bill. I think the speakers prior all hit on the points that we had. I've talked to other clerks, and I haven't found a single clerk that disagrees with this bill. It was sent out to our association, and we only had positive feedback for it. So if you open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Questions for Mr. Healy? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
So that was the last pink card that I had. Is there anybody present in the room who wishes to speak to this bill who has not had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 86. Next on our agenda today, we have House Bill 92. I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 92. That's an act prohibiting an individual from simultaneously serving on the local zoning board and planning board. And with us this morning, we have Representative Joe Alexander, who is the prime sponsor of this legislation.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of Municipal and County. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Alexander. I serve the town of Goffstown. I filed this bill to address a perceived conflict of interest that could arise on the, or not conflict of interest, but separation of powers argument that could arise on the local level. It's a bipartisan bill. It's on behalf of one of my constituents, actually, to address a perceived separation of powers. Under the current law in some municipalities, one can run for planning and zoning board and serve at the same time. My hope is that members of the committee can see where this can be a conflict. I believe when a member of the public appeals a local decision of the planning board to the zoning board, they should be able to appeal it to an entirely new committee made up of new officials. And I had OLS do some research, and to my surprise, the last time this bill was filed was 1993, so I was not alive at the time. HB 299L in 1993 was recommended ITL because the committee felt there was already a mechanism on the local level to address the issue, although some towns or some municipalities, this is still possible. So I think that statewide, we should make it a policy that if you're going to run for one of the boards, you serve on one board and not the other. I believe we need a statewide approach to this law. We consistently know each municipality has separation of powers. A member can rest assured that their appeal of a planning board decision will be conducted fairly and impartially with new membership. So I hope you'll look favorably on this committee. My constituent is here to testify as well, but I'm happy to answer questions. But I think this is pretty straightforward. Famous last words. I think people say that a lot. So.
Thank you, Representative Alexander. Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Your comments seem to indicate that this would apply only to planning board and zoning board elected positions. What about those communities where those positions are not elected, that they're appointed? What's the intersection in that situation?
This would apply to, it says any appointed or elected members. It would apply to both in the law, based on how the bill is written.
Thank you.
Yep.
Additional questions, Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. In your opinion, would requiring recusal from a hearing on the second board serve the same purpose?
I think it could, and this is in the committee's hand to make that decision. I think there's already parts of the RSA where members can't serve on two boards. So for instance, I serve on the Goffstown Budget Committee as well. I would not be allowed to serve on the Budget Committee and the Select Board unless I was the Select Board appointee to the Budget Committee. So there's already mechanisms in the RSA to address some of these perceived separation of powers arguments. So we can be consistent and do the planning and zoning board because they conflict with each other, or we can do what you suggest. But I think this is particularly valid as well.
Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
Additional questions? Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm confused. The sentence preceding the amendment starting on line 8, I believe it is saying that you can serve on a planning board and a local land use board is defined in RSA 672:7. So when you go to the definition, planning board and zoning boards are defined as a local land use board. So am I, my dyslexia getting to me, but is it not conflicting with the amended language? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative. I don't think it is because it's saying any two appointed or elected members of a board, so planning board, cannot also serve together on another board. They also address the conflict on Conservation Commission as well. So I think it's pretty clear in that language, but that's what I got for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Additional questions? I have one.
Go ahead.
For clarification, let me just back up. So when a bill is before this committee and we have a hearing, members, we are to focus on the bolded italicized language because that's the change that's being made. We typically don't concern ourselves with the other language that appears printed in the bill, but I do understand that Representative Elward, this is a little bit of a gray area. So my question would be, with regards to the lines that she indicated, there's the local land use board. Perhaps if you could clarify what are our local land use boards, could you name them and list them?
From what I know, there's 3. There's Planning Board, Zoning Board, and Conservation Commission. So, I mean, again, this is part of the bill. So this is, Madam Chairwoman, this bill is in your hands. So if you'd like to address other parts of the RSA, feel free. But I think you understand what the intent of me sponsoring this bill was. So hopefully we'll keep that as well.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, having served on a zoning board, is do you see this affecting the towns and like mine that have trouble? We don't have an elected planning board or zoning board. Do you see there being trouble attracting volunteers to fit the empty spots, and that this is one way to help us fill those spots?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's an important point to make, and I think you're right that there are sometimes town boards that struggle to find memberships. They have a mechanism to appoint members in those cases, but I also really think that although there may be trouble, the separation of powers argument is more important than the trouble they're going to find maybe with a member or something. I think that part of the reason why we're in the housing crisis we are in right now is that we'll have members of one board and then another board, and maybe there's a rejection to an application planning board, they appeal it to the zoning board, and they see the same faces. So I think that the conflict is more important than maybe finding the membership, because there are mechanisms to appoint members of the public in those cases.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So to further that out, most of the land use boards, and you forgot the HDC and the Heritage Commission, which have a select board representative on them, or like the HDC has a Heritage Commission member and vice versa, and it's a cross-pollination kind of thing. Do you see that it may help zoning board to have a planning board member to explain how they came to their decision, or vice versa?
The bill is in your hands. I think you understand what my intent with it is. That's a good point that we have select board members on the budget committee and they're voting members. And so if there's a planning board representative or something like that, that's completely valid. Whether you want to make that member a voting member or not, that's entirely up to you. But that's a good point.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is, if this law goes into effect as written, what happens to the board members that are serving on both boards? Do they automatically resign? What if there's no quorum left? Have you thought about the ramifications of that?
I have, and I think that in cases where there's changes to municipal law, there's associations that inform different communities of the changes. So municipal association, I'm sure, will testify on this. If this law would go into effect, they would notify the towns, and the towns would deal with that accordingly. Again, there's appointed members of boards that can fill vacancies of elected officials until the next town election comes up, and then we can elect a new person to fulfill the rest of that term. That's how I see it playing out. You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative
Thank you, Madam
Alexander.
Chair.
So I have one final pink card from Mr. Phil Giroux. You have indicated 5 minutes, and I would kindly ask if you could do it in 3 or less. And if you have something written or you have more to say, feel free to email that to the committee. Thank you.
Correct? Yeah, about the recusal. I found that does not happen. I approached the town to put some signs up, and they said, no, I could not put 2 signs up because the ordinance says I'm only allowed 1 sign. And I said, this is political sign. This is to petition the government. I was basically wanting to protest against a project the zoning board gave permission to next to my property, and I heard 24/7 buzzing and humming from this project for 2.5 years. Okay? So now they're concerned that my putting 2 signs up is going to devaluate other people's property. When my property is being devaluated, but they see no problem with that.
The witness shall suspend. Mr. Giroux, it's not clear to me that your testimony is relative to the changes in the bill. This
Okay,
is
this is
some
coming.
background information with regards to town politics. I ask that you focus
Okay.
your comments to if you support the proposed amendment to this RSA through this bill. Thank you.
Okay, well, my point was basically, the chairman of the zoning board, who sits on the planning board, saw nothing wrong with the recusing themselves. They saw no conflict of interest, even though they were involved with the planning board when the sign ordinances were being amended and enacted. Now, I brought this to court, and the judge saw nothing wrong with this. And he didn't even, I mean, that's kind of bizarre, because here you have a planning board defending their own zoning board. Now, this comes basically to your question about the, let me see how that goes. Lost my train of thought here.
Was it about finding volunteers or people to serve?
No, it was more, representation. Let me go, I'll start back. Yeah, basically, the chairman of the zoning board, I got this one here. And the, on the planning board, the judge saw nothing wrong with that. And this is an ordinance that they're involved with enacting. So basically, this is kind of like a judge being involved with the enactment of the legislation and then going around and making a ruling on the legislation they were involved with. That's what this comes down to. This is the separation of power. I mean, how can you be a judge? Because if you look at the ordinances or the statutes for why a zoning board is defined or why it's enacted, it's for constitutional protection for the people at the town level. So the zoning board can hear these complaints, address these complaints on the local level without having to go to the state level first. But now in this case here, you're going and you're saying, okay, well, now I'm facing the person that passed the law and was all for this law, and he's the judge, or the person's the judge, not necessarily he, because it was a she. And how are you going to defend yourself against that? I mean, it's ridiculous. And this is what happened. I mean, in my testimony, I don't have the 20 here. I think it was 20 of you. My printer started fading out, but I can pass it out some. But I mean, your zoning board is basically established to listen to complaints on zoning ordinances. That's what your statute says. You can't enact a zoning ordinance without first establishing a zoning board. So how are you sitting there passing these laws or involved with the writing of the laws while you're also interpreting these laws? And that's the whole point to this thing. It's just common sense to separate the powers. Because this is what happened already, and the judge saw nothing wrong with it. The person in the zoning board saw nothing wrong with it. Who's to define what a conflict of interest is? And in this state, basically, a conflict of interest means if there's money involved. And not necessarily when our rights are being taken away and deprived, that also can be a conflict of interest. And that's a usurper of power, basically.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Giroux.
I'll leave any questions?
Questions for Mr. Giroux? Seeing none, I appreciate you taking the time to provide your testimony.
And thank you for hearing it.
Yes. So, like I said, that was the last card. Is there anybody present in the room who wishes to speak on this bill who has not had the opportunity to do so? Oh, where is it? And what is your name? Well, I have one here for HB 101. Okay, so seeing that I have no other pink cards, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 92. So thank you for your patience. This chair has not predicted the length of bills very well, so we are a little bit behind here, but I would like to hold the hearing on House Bill 99 here before we take a lunch break. I have 3 pink cards, and I will ask that people who speak to this bill would limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. So at this time, I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 99 relative to a waiver from property taxes for disabled veterans. And I see that I have Representative Moffett here, who is the prime sponsor of the bill, to introduce this legislation to the committee. Welcome to municipal and county government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be here. Really, seriously, it is great to be here, and thanks for taking this up. For the record, my name is Mike Moffett, representing Merrimack District 4 in the beautiful towns of Loudon and Canterbury. Loudon, Canterbury. I submitted this measure at the request of a couple of veterans, actually. And as you know, I chair the House Committee on State-Federal Relations, the Veterans Committee. And we try to make veterans' issues and requests get to the appropriate attention in various venues and platforms and committees. So HB 99 is about as succinct as you'll ever see. As you can see, it's very short. It changes the relevant line in RSA 72:27 to make the high end of a potential disabled veterans tax credit to be 100% of the local property tax, as opposed to $700, which is what it is now in statute. Now, I must say, I'm very aware, as you are, that tax credit measures can be a little bit tricky in the sense that we all know municipalities need to raise revenues, obviously. And they need these revenues to run everything that they need to run. So revenue shortfalls can be created by tax credits for some, and you all know that. So it's important to point out that this is enabling legislation. It involves no mandates, should it move forward. It could be adopted by a municipality. Should this move forward, it could be adopted or utilized by a municipality or not. That's the nature of enabling legislation. For example, say the good folks in Anytown, New Hampshire know that their neighbor, Mr. Jones, who is totally disabled due to injuries suffered in Afghanistan, simply can't afford to pay his property taxes and will have to give up his home and leave Anytown for some other living arrangement. So the local officials, should this pass, the local officials in Anytown would have the option of giving Mr. Jones a break so he can stay in his home and in the Anytown community. And that's the essence of this proposal. So the question will arise as to documenting what, quote, service-connected total disability, unquote, means, what it entails. And the easy answer would be that it involves producing official VA certification to medical certification to confirm such a status of 100% disability, service-related disability, much the same way that a DD 214 document confirms a veteran status for veterans seeking consideration for existing local property tax credit options. Many communities in the state do this already for veterans, some to a limit. Some do more than others. And it's up to the community. If they want to offer the tax credit option now for veterans, the veteran simply needs to document his status via that document, the DD 214. So there are a lot of issues surrounding aspects relating to 100% disability status in terms of employment, grants, dependents, and on and on. But I don't know that those other issues necessarily relate to this very simple bill and this very tiny change or enhancement to the existing statute. Representative Souter is here, and he and I spoke about his concerns that this measure could impact the status of certain grants for home improvements for totally disabled veterans. I'm not sure how well-founded his concerns are. We've discussed those. And Representative Souter is here, and he can speak briefly to that possible aspect later, his concern that 100% tax credit could impact other things. And you all are the duty experts on this, and I'm sure you'll work through that. Again, my sense is his concerns may be unfounded, given the simple intent of this measure. But again, as I just said, you now own the bill and are the, as we say in the Marine Corps, the duty experts in this field. So again, thank you for all you do. That's the bill, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative Moffett. Questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Walker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused here. If a town so chooses to enact this legislation, your thing, do they say they want to do the 100%? So they act, we're going to do the 100%. Is that individually or all of them? So in other words, if Mr. Jones comes up and asks specifically for that, does the town have to vote on that, or is it automatically a blanket for all?
Thank you, Representative Walker. That's a great question. It's one that I've pondered and thought about. And the answer is, if this enabling legislation were to pass through, I would like to see the communities that decide to adopt it have some mechanism to address the situation you described. And I'm not entirely clear on if this were to move forward, if it would be a blanket adoption, as you said. And the reason that I've thought about this, and it's a great question, is there are some veteran circumstances that are more compelling than others. I gave the example of Mr. Jones in Anytown, which I think is a compelling example. Anytown, by the way, is a smaller community, but say Nashua, Manchester, not everybody knows everybody in those municipalities. And there inevitably is a spectrum, and there may be some totally disabled veterans whose circumstances are not so dire, and people in the community know that. So as to whether the community and the municipal officials within the community would have some discretion to focus on a compelling disabled veteran as opposed to someone who's not as compelling. I'm not sure of that answer. Great question, and hopefully you'll figure it out, because that is a great question, and it's one that concerns me as well.
Thank you, Representative. The answer to the question is that if this were to become law and it's changed, it would be appear on the warrant at the town, and the legislative body would vote upon it. And therefore, if it passed, it would apply to all veterans who qualify under the language of this section of statute. The town would not be voting on individual veterans. I see Representative Dolan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Moffett, thank you for taking my question. As I read this change, it gives the community the option of voting to increase the amount, as it says in the legislation, from $700 up to 100%. So up to could be 80% or could be 90%. It doesn't have to be blanket 100% across the community. It can be whatever the community decides it can afford. When you're doing these types of tax credits, you take $100 from one person that has to be made up by $100 from the
Right.
other person. So the community can do a financial analysis and says that this year we can afford to go to 80%, or this year we can afford to go to 90%. So it doesn't automatically be 100%. Am I reading that right?
Thank you for the question, Representative Dolan. That is another great question, and that issue has come up as to discretion in terms of if this were to move forward, would the municipality, if they adopted it, have discretion in terms of the situation you just described? Do they have to go to 100% of the tax value as opposed to the 700 limit that is there now? In putting this in, there was a suggestion that rather than have 100%, which varies. Right now, the $700 or the $500 is consistent across the board for every veteran. Now, when you go to 100%, which is what this measure proposes, 100% for Mr. Jones could involve a $6,000 tax credit. 100% for Mr. Smith could involve a $10,000 tax credit. As you know, properties have different valuations. So that's a great question. Maybe Madam Chair has the answer to this one too. But that's a fair question, one we've thought about, and I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, or if now that the committee has this bill, if the measure might be amended to address the situation you just described.
Further questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Colby?
Thank you for coming today. How would this change for RSA 7235 affect the veterans exemption in RSA 7236 for certain disabled veterans? What would be the difference?
Thank you for the question. I don't have that RSA in front of me. That's a different line of the same RSA 72. And I honestly, right off the top of my head, I don't want to try to answer that definitively because I'm not really sure. But I'm sure the answer could be found out fairly readily.
Does anybody else have a question? Representative Franz?
Hi, thank you. Does that mean the town would adopt a certain percentage if they, say, for instance, they wanted to give you a 70%? Would that be blanket for any totally disabled veteran? It would be 70% of their tax bill?
Thank you for the question, Representative. If I heard you correctly, you were asking about a gradation of sorts, like if someone's 70% disabled. And the answer is this is very specific to 100%. So
Representative Moffett,
yep.
That was not her question. I'm going to allow her to clarify her question so you can answer it.
Thank you. You might want to get a little closer.
Oh, okay. The town needs to adopt this policy.
My hearing aid is at the VA.
I'm sorry. The town needs to adopt the policy? So the town needs to adopt a policy. They go from anywhere from $701 up to 100% of the person's tax bill. Does the town adopt, like, say they decide on 70% of the tax bill? Would that be blanket? That would just be their policy?
Thank you. I think I understand what your question is. So you're wondering if the town might have discretion to not go to 100%, but go to a different percentage or a fixed cost. I touched on that a little bit earlier about the notion of a fixed amount as opposed to the 100%, which varies. That's a great question. And as to whether the municipality would have the discretion, if this passes, to opt for something less than 100%, great question. And I'm not clear on if the municipality would have discretion to go less than 100% or to a fixed amount. That's a great question, and I'm not clear right this moment on what the answer would be. But again, like the other question, I'm sure it's readily accessible, that answer.
Additional questions? I see Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my apologies if you don't know the answer to this question, but as I'm reading current law, there are a whole lot of other conditions that have to be met underneath what's out in your bill. I am assuming that when OLS put this bill into its draft form, that they assumed that those current conditions still have to be met. I guess I just want to make sure that I ask you that question.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And so there are, in existing statute, the option for municipalities to grant a tax credit to veterans is predicated on certain conditions. I think that's what you're referring to. And this measure before you is very short, and the answer is my understanding when OLS drafted this, that they didn't see a need to restate all the different conditions for the eligibility for the tax credit. So that would be my interpretation.
Okay. Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions, and I have one for you, Madam Chair, also, but it's going to be the same one for the sponsor. Thank you so much for testifying. Have you contacted, or was the Assessing Association contacted about this bill? And are they here to testify? That's my question.
Thank you for your question. I did not contact that organization. As to whether the researchers at OLS may have, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. And Madam, follow up for you,
Yes.
Madam? Do we know if they're here? Because do they send in a pink card?
I do not have a pink card for them.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I do have a question. So, based on the bill language, if a municipality, or actually a town, were to adopt 100% of the property tax, okay? My question, given that, my question is, could you explain why you think or feel that this is needed in addition to the RSA that Representative Colby cited, which is 7236A, which already does provide 100% exemption for certain disabled veterans, specifically those who qualify under the SHA or SAH homes. Why would we need this provision in addition to that?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Yes, there does seem to be redundancy in this brief measure as compared to the one you just described. And my understanding is that somehow there was a gap that was seen in certain circumstances that was not covered. And as to whether that gap really exists or is significant, I'm sure someone following me may be able to speak to that, or subsequently in all the time that the committee will have this measure during the rest of the month before you exec it. I'm sure an easy answer can be attained, but my understanding is that there was some gap under some circumstances with existing code or statute that this would cover and make sure there were no gaps.
Thank you. And I have one final question. The bill, this is not the amended language, but the section of statute refers to total disability. Is it true that a veteran could be totally disabled but still work? And perhaps, for example, maybe be the president of BAE?
Thank you for that question. Lots of great questions, and that's another one. The Honorable Lynn Blankenbeker, who some of you know, former member of this body, very well-respected Navy captain in the reserves, contacted me on Saturday with regard to this. And to your point, she specifically spoke to me about some of the confusion about what 100% disabled means, totally disabled means. And that's a very potentially complicated and even an emotional question, because there are, the Honorable Lynn Blankenbeker pointed out to me that there are many veterans who are totally disabled, have 100% disability, who can still work. And so you all, or many of you probably know of people who have percentage of disability, maybe even, or 100% disabled, and you see them doing this or doing that or working. And so the question arises, why is somebody who is ostensibly 100% disabled doing this activity, or why are they working if they're 100% disabled and are in some cases seeking a tax credit? And Lynn's point, and I won't get into it here in detail, other than to say she's concerned that people understand that some veterans who have PTSD-related type disabilities or physical disabilities need and should work. And even though they're 100% disabled medically, for whatever combination of reasons, she thinks that it's very important that they do, when they can, where they can, be gainfully employed or doing something. So if that touches on your question, I know, and I know you know, I know your husband has some wonderful Marine military background. So to your point, it's a tricky question, and there needs to be some discussion and understanding on what 100% total disability means, and that it does not preclude and should not preclude working. So somebody who's working may ask for this tax credit if it goes forward, and people need to understand that you can work and still be disabled.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I think I want to follow up on the Chairwoman's question about the two RSAs which may or may not be in conflict. Is this supposed to fill the hole where RSA 7236 deals with the special home adaptations and this bill does not?
Thank you for the question. That goes right to Representative Suter. Is he still here? Yes, he is. That goes right to his question and concern. And he's here, and I know he's going to speak to that in detail. And yes, this was initially, I was asked to try to move this to you so you could look at this tax credit option. And as I mentioned before, there was a perceived gap that this may cover. And the point you just raised, I'll defer to Representative Suter because I know that that's the piece of it that he specifically wants to address.
That sounds perfect. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill to this committee. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, perfect segue. Next, I have a pink card for Representative John Suter. So, you've asked to speak 5 minutes. I would kindly ask that you try to keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less. If you have anything additional to share, we're way over schedule. Feel free to send that along to all the committee members via email. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to address this. This is something I've kind of made a personal expertise in the last decade about helping veterans out and understanding what the rules of law are and what benefits veterans truly have here. There's nothing more disappointing than going to a shop, seeing a fellow Marine that's lost his legs. He says, I got 30% disability because that's what the Marine Corps gave me. He didn't even know he had to go to the VA. True story, right here in New Hampshire. So I made it my goal to go over this. To answer some of the questions that were asked earlier, I am also selecting for my town, the town of Mason. We address each request for VA exemption individually, not as a blanket, because each case is different. Each individual is different. So we can't just do a blanket. We haven't figured out how we can just blanket it. We do it individual person by request. When it comes to RSA 7236A, the question was asked about the SAH and SHA. Well, SAH, if I don't get them backwards, is meant to help facilitate the building of a dwelling for the veteran who has special needs to live in. The other one is to do special adaptation to that same dwelling or to a house they already own. But what we miss is that at the Veterans Hospital right here in Manchester, you can request an evaluation of your house through the prosthetics clinic. They will send a representative out to your house. They will make changes to whatever you need, including building ramps, making bathrooms, kitchens, designs, anything you need exactly like that. And we can do it right here at the VA hospital. A lot of veterans don't realize they can do that. After they make their evaluation, they'll send a contractor out and the contractor will make the changes to your house. So I'm trying to bring that awareness. So when we tie these to just SAH or SHA, we're not doing a service. We're telling veterans you can't even apply for this unless you have these grants. Well, that's not true because the VA does it exactly the same way. And we need to work on that language that just because you own a house that's ADA equipped and the VA comes out and makes the changes to your house, it's exactly the same thing that's going to happen in SAH or SIH. You can't apply for this loan. I don't think that was the spirit of 35 or 7236A. Now, how we determine what a permanent disabled veteran is very simple. The VA determines it for us. And we go off of their recommendations. When they send out a letter about a veteran, they talk about his disability, service connection, everything else about it, what his percentage is. It will say things like this: service-connected disability, yes or no. Your combined service-connected evaluation is whatever that percentage is. It says that your currently monthly award, whatever that award is, that's your VA pay. Are you entitled to higher level of disability to be unemployable? It's either yes or no. That right there tells you that the veteran is unemployable due to their injuries. It's a yes or no answer. Are you considered totally and permanently disabled due to your service-connected disabilities? Again, yes or no. So all this is information that the veteran can bring with them when they apply to their local government, to their local selectmen. And it answers all the questions right there in front of them. When it comes to the 7236A, I submitted a paper in on it that says, it talks about special adapted housing, that they must have these grants. Well, I submitted that after you say that, we should say, or owns a house that is ADA compliant and meets the needs for their disabilities, or is modified through the VA system.
The witness suspend.
Yes, ma'am.
We need you to restrict your comments to the section of statute that's in the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And not to speak to another section of statute that's not in front of us. And also, you're at 4 minutes, so if you could wrap it up, that would be great.
I'm kind of passionate about this because I've talked, like I said, with the director, William, I'm going to murder his name, Gaudreau. He is the director of New Hampshire Department of Veterans Affairs. And he's under impression, and his of this is, if a veteran doesn't have either one of those grants, they are not allowed to even apply. They can have no legs, no arms, no sight. They can't apply because they don't have those grants. And I don't think that was the intent at all. So I support this 100% of making it a clear and kind of unmuddy the waters for the veterans. And I hope I get all your support on that. I really do. Any questions?
Thank you, Representative Suter. Questions for Representative Suter? Seeing none, thank you for your input.
Thank you.
So I have two more pink cards, and I will, if possible, I'd like to conclude this hearing in the next few minutes so that we can take a lunch break. I have Ms. Maura Ryan that would like to speak to this bill. Welcome.
They don't make these for short people. My name is Maura Ryan, and I am a veteran, U.S. Army retired, in addition to being an advocate for veterans in our state. When we were having our debates before our elections, a common theme that came up was that veterans were not able to get sufficient support for tax credits. The cost of the VA compensation and pension has been rising, but at a very low rate and not in accordance with the keeping of inflation, which has been tough for many veterans because many of them have said that they won't be able to stay in their houses even though they are 100% disabled. Passage of this bill would allow towns to allow 100% disabled veterans have 100% property tax exemption. There was similar language passed by both the House and the Senate of this body that had an administrative Chevron rule put on it, which essentially said that if you didn't have an SAH grant, that you could not have that, even though the Department of Veterans Affairs actually sent out paperwork saying if you are a 100% disabled veteran, report to your tax office and turn over your paperwork. So as we know from the Supreme Court, these administrative rules are not supposed to be as restrictive or as overwhelming as they have become. However, I think this language is appropriate because there are people who cannot get SAH grants because there's a limit on the amount of money. So there may only be one available for the state of New Hampshire in any given year. And there are many people, veterans, who go through other organizations like Homes for Their Troops to get their houses modified. So I absolutely 100% support this bill. I know this bill came forward in another form in the past, at which point Representative Deshays had said that some towns haven't increased their veterans tax credit since the Civil War, which is not appropriate. We need to support our veterans. And as for the difference of 100% disabled veterans, there's scheduler veterans and there's TDIU veterans. TDIU veterans are 100% disabled and are unable to work, which means they cannot be gainfully employed in any way. Scheduled veterans have had injuries so severe that they basically overrun the VA math system and they're going to be 100%. But the 100% rating is not guaranteed forever. You only have it and the VA reevaluates you periodically and you can lose that rating. So this is not necessarily a permanent component. And I'd ask you to bear that in mind because many people, for example, if a veteran has debilitating cancer and cannot work, they could be 100% rated, but that may only be during their treatment. And at that point, it may terminate and they may go to another level. So I'd like you to consider that as well because this 100% rating is never permanent. It's always subject to review. So I'm available for any questions. I do support this 100%. I do believe it is necessary. I do believe there are many veterans who are struggling. They have made their voices clear during the election when they came and expressed their interests. So I would ask for your support for that.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan, and I appreciate your support. Or what I meant, you support the bill, and I appreciate your service. That's what I
Thank
meant.
you. I understand.
Okay, questions for Representative Frocht?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at this point very confused. The amendment to the bill talks about 100% reduction or exemption of the veteran's property tax. And I've heard a lot of testimony from you and others about 100% disability and what percentage of disability. Can you
straighten me out on this, please?
So could you clarify your question for me? Do you want to know what 100% disability entails?
No. What I am asking is, what is the relationship between the veteran's disability and the amendment to this bill, which is for a percentage of the property tax?
Okay. Basically, from my perspective, this gives a municipality or a town the ability to change or increase the veterans tax credit if they vote to do so based off criteria that they see fit. I mean, there are many people who essentially went to the VA to try and get additional tax credit because the VA put out a directive saying that you could, and then found out that no, there were these administrative rules that were restricting it. And I think that we don't need to have administrative rules to restrict it. I'm not sure I'm answering your question because I'm not entirely sure.
Make it, so I'm just, yes, you can have a follow-up, but we need to remember that we need to speak to, and I think that's what you're getting at, the amended language in the bill and nothing else, because what is before us, the change has to do with the upper bound of this property tax credit, not any other criteria. So
Madam
follow up.
Chair,
Yes.
No,
follow-up.
thank you for clarifying that. That was going to be the essence of my question. I appreciate that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming here today. We appreciate it.
I apologize. I did mean to say something else, which was just that there are only 71 households eligible for this tax credit in my town. And somebody had asked about the Assessors Association, but it's 0.004% of the budget.
Thank you. The last pink card that I have before me is for Mr. Adam Devancore. 3 minutes or less, if possible.
I'll go less.
For your.
My name is Adam Denoncourt. I'm here representing the Department of Revenue Administration. The department doesn't have a policy or a position on this particular piece of policy, although there is one technical issue. A percentage credit of any kind between 1 and 100 is not actually workable in the tax rate calculation. We need to know when we go to set a tax rate the amount of the credit at the time that we calculate it. So basically, the tax rate calculation can be distilled down to a numerator, which is your tax levy, your appropriations less revenues, and a denominator, which is your tax base. The credit works as an additional amount of appropriation. It's an amount of money that the town's going to have to raise in excess of what they would normally need to raise in order to cover for the folks that will not be paying it. If we don't know that appropriation amount at the time that we calculate the rate, we can't calculate a rate. Additionally, since that credit amount is dependent on the rate that's then calculated, it creates a circular calculation that will constantly regress forever. So the way to accomplish removing the tax bill for a property is through an exemption, not through a credit. So this bill will at least need some amendment to reference the possibility that municipality could adopt a full property tax exemption rather than a 100% credit. I just want to make one other point. There's been, I think, some cross-pollination here with 7236A and 7235. 7235, the key part of it is that total and permanent service-connected disability. When a municipality receives an application, they are looking for that specific designation on this measure. So the 100 or 50% disability is on a separate statute. This one in particular, 7235, is specifically about total and permanent service-connected disability.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Devancore? Representative Colby.
Just really quick, do you recall, I know you wouldn't have numbers for 2024, but in 2023, do you recall the total number of exemptions or credits that were awarded?
under 7235.
Yes.
I don't, although I could email the committee. I could
Okay.
find that rather quickly and email it over.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That would be great if you could just send that to the committee. Further questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else present in the room who wishes to speak to this bill who hasn't had the opportunity to do so yet? Seeing none, I am going to close the hearing on House Bill 99. So as you can see, committee members, we're behind schedule, and we are due to be back here to continue with hearings at 1 o'clock. I do apologize for my rookie scheduling with this first hearing. I will try to do better in the future. So, yeah, please get some lunch, and we will look to be back here around 1. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The time is now 1:06 p.m. and we are only 6 minutes behind schedule at this point. So we have 3 bills scheduled for this afternoon, and the first bill, going to open up the hearing on House Bill 101 relative to exempting certain elderly homeowners from paying property taxes. So with us to introduce the bill is Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. Firstly, let me say ahead of time, if my phone were to go off, I sincerely apologize. Normally, I would never keep it on, but I am expecting my wife to go into labor at literally any moment. So, thank you. Fair. So we'll get through this fairly quickly, I think. For the record, Representative Belcher, Carroll County District 4, Wakefield. This bill is designed to create a light at the end of the tunnel. It is an effort to create a set of circumstances tied to advanced age under which you would no longer have to pay a yearly rent check to the government just to keep the home that you probably already own outright. I have serious concerns about the financial health of many seniors in our current society. Let me just say it plainly. The official inflation numbers are a carefully curated fiction. Everyone who experiences a grocery bill understands this. Real inflation, which is likely closer to 20% than the advertised 5%, significantly outpaces the retirement income of very many seniors, who in many cases income is based on official inflation statistics. Likewise, the value of their properties in recent years has soared, which in many cases has been coupled with increases in government spending, which causes taxes to soar. I do not want to see our seniors being evicted from the modest homes they already own because they can't afford outrageous taxes being levied on them. However, I also recognize that rapid and sharp decreases in local revenues could be a problem, which is why there's many specifics in this bill designed to limit the initial impact on towns. And of course, this is only enabling legislation. This bill would exempt up to $530,000, which is at least at the time of putting this bill in, the current median home price in the state, from valuation for those seniors age 72 plus who have been a persistent New Hampshire resident for 10 or more years and who have been a owner or co-owner of the property they seek the exemption on for 2 or more years. Now, I think those caveats were important to put in. They were the result of speaking with a number of other reps and addressing certain concerns. Certainly, I don't want to encourage those from our neighboring states who have spent most of their lives in high tax, high government service areas to simply jump over the border, buy a home, live tax-free while encouraging higher taxes on everyone else. That's not the point of this. The point is to affect those long-term New Hampshire residents who have lived here, worked here, raised families here, who are rooted here, to give them an endpoint and a bit of relief under our circumstances. Towns won't be taking huge hits by seeing that $10 million lakefront property exempted for the full amount of the property either. It's only up to that $530,000 that would be exempted, and only that portion of any property that is purely residential, no commercial basis. Finally, I know that the concern has been brought to me that this would simply shift the tax burden from elderly persons to younger families, which might have a detrimental impact. I don't entirely disagree, except it kind of misses the fundamental point that we're dealing with a problem of excess spending, excess taxation. And we really ought to be looking first to cut spending rather than simply shift it off to somebody else. Of course, that would all be at the local government's behest and decision making. Lastly, while this would have a revenue negative impact in the obvious sense, if adopted, it would have a revenue positive impact in some less obvious sense. Namely, this would incentivize families keeping older parents in the home to properly care for them in a loving environment where they really probably would rather be than someplace like a county nursing home. So with that, I will end, and I will happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Belcher. Questions for the prime sponsor? I see Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. What about a 72-year-old person or above who is still working at a very highly paid job and has substantial net worth?
Thank you for the question. There is no such test in this bill. As such, it doesn't discriminate against somebody who is working versus not working. It simply says at this advanced age, you've been here, you've met the qualifications of living here 10 years, of living in this home, of being listed as a property owner on the property for 2+ years. Those are the tests. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Elwood.
I hope you're laughing with me. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Do you happen to know the average lifespan for Americans?
Thank you for the question. I don't off the top of my head know the average lifespan of Americans. I did, in part of drafting this bill, look at the average lifespan for New Hampshire residents. It varies by male and female, but if I'm not mistaken, it was around 76 to 77 years old.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This tax exemption applies to homeowners. Now, if I was a renter, I would be paying property taxes through the rent. And this does not address that portion of my rent that goes to property tax. Could you tell me why that is fair?
Thank you for the question. First, not exactly correct because renters are not directly paying property tax. If you mean that it's a pass-through from the rent, presumably, yes, they would be paying for the owner's property tax as a part of renting. This does not address renters. This addresses property owners only. And I don't see any reasonably simple way that you could address a renter in a position like that. Thank you.
Further questions? I see Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You create in this bill a definition for residents. There are existing in current law in RSA 21.6 and 654 definitions for residents. I'm curious if there was consideration of those definitions or if this definition was specific for any reason. I'm curious why another new definition.
Thank you. That is a good question. So first of all, the definition of residents in this bill would only apply in this bill. It wouldn't be a broader than that set of circumstances. And it was specifically because there was some confusion in the lawyerly language in trying to address the specific set of circumstances I was looking to exempt, namely that it would not include any commercial or non-residential portion of any property, the valuation on that. It would only be applicable to the residential portion of any property. So that's the reason that it's in there.
Further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Excuse me. I wanted to follow up on Representative Majori's question in that residents shall exclude attached dwelling units. If we're trying to keep elderly folks with their families, is there, don't you think there's a scenario where that elderly folk might want to live separately from their younger family members? So a dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit would be the solution for them?
Yes, and thank you for the question. If you look at the structure of the sentence in which we're looking at right now, which is page 14, line 14 on, it's not seeking to exempt all accessory dwelling units. It's only looking to exempt those dwelling units that are commercial or otherwise non-residential on the property.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. As I read the law as you brought it forward, I'm concerned about so-called gaming the system, and what I'm talking about is, how do we prevent go getting grandma and having her move in with you so that you can now exploit the exemption if she's been living in the state for over 10 years. Have you given any thought to instead of living in the residents living in the state for 10 years, how about living at the address for over 10 years?
Thank you for that question. And my answer will be a little bit complicated, but first I want to flip the concept and say I'm not actually trying to prevent that circumstance. I'm trying to incentivize that circumstance because I would like to see our elderly being cared for by family members if possible. However, there is within this bill the 2-year period of time during which the exempted seeking person must be listed as a owner on the property in question before they would be eligible for that exemption.
Follow up?
Yes.
The reason I ask that question is, as I have seen in many cases, the other end of the age spectrum where kids are moving in with grandma in order to game the school locations. Say that, well, you can go to our school in our town, and I know this is not what you're proposing, but it's on the same concept of gaming the system. You can game the address as long as you sleep in that house 2 or 3 nights a week. You now can go to school and absorb the tax consequences of getting school in our community without actually owning a home or living in the community for very long. And I'm just concerned about gaming the system in order to get around some of these laws.
Thank you. I think I can respond to the specific circumstance you're looking at. Actually, I think it would disincentivize something like that from happening. Because under current circumstances, an elderly person with no tax exemption would seemingly have a greater incentive to have a grandson or granddaughter move in with them to potentially help financially than they might be if they received the exemption and didn't need the financial support. But in either case, there's no concrete barrier to a grandchild or child moving in with them to utilize the school district. So I don't think that specifically is applicable to this, but the broader context, I think it does reverse and disincentivizes it.
Thank you.
Representative Walker.
Yes, the definition of homeowner is a little ambiguous to me, but because what if I'm an elderly person, I have my house in a trust, so my name's no longer on the deed, the trust is, or if I turn it over to my son or daughter or whatever, and I have lifetime tenancy, that's not addressed in this as well.
Correct. And thank you for the question. And that was on purpose because a trust is already an instrument designed to limit tax burdens under certain circumstances. The idea was not to further incentivize trust, but to incentivize an owner, just your average elderly person, to be able to stay in their home.
Further questions? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for taking another question. I'm stuck on the number 72. Somehow that doesn't ring the elderly bell for me. And I'm wondering why you chose that number.
Thank you for the question. That's a very good question, actually. It almost seems arbitrary, except there was an awful lot of research put in order to try to balance the desire to limit the taxing of elderly persons to allow them to stay in their home versus the immediate impact to local revenues.
The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Chair. In 2023, and you probably saw this in all your research, $1.1 billion was exempted through the elderly exemptions that exist in municipalities. That's statewide. We also see that the number of adults that are age 60 to 64 years old and 65 to 69 years old are the highest percentage of population in the state. What are the projections, if you have any, of how much that 1.1 million billion, will increase?
Thank you for the question. I don't have an easy answer for that. It's complicated for a lot of reasons. First of which is you can't, even in the maximalist sense, you can't just assume that every person who would qualify would take this and that would increase the burden, because a lot of these people are already probably receiving tax exemptions under current exemptions. So you would have to calculate that into the full picture. I'd have no doubt that it would increase it. By exactly how much, I don't know.
The chair recognizes Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, why 72? There are people now, early onset Alzheimer's or other types of dementia, and that can happen anywhere between ages 58 plus. Is there any exemption for that?
Thank you for the question. Just to be clear, this bill is in no way targeted toward disability or any other status. I believe those already exist in law as it currently is. This is designed as a blanket, universal, age 72 plus. And the number, I'm not necessarily married to the number. If the committee wanted to alter the number somewhat, that's within your purview. But it's not designed to be a disability exemption that already exists.
Representative Guthrie has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for being late, and the question may have already been asked, but it wasn't answered for me, so thank you for taking my question, Representative. I don't see any reference to financial in this bill. No financial requirement on the petitioner for an abatement. Is that on purpose?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the point of this bill, the point of introducing this was not to create yet another progressive means-tested tax exemption. This was meant to create a blanket exemption based on age and length of residency and the other factors that were involved.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is it clear to me, should it be clear to me that if I'm 72 or older and I own a home, I will get an exemption?
Thank you for the question. Well, if you also have been a 10-year plus New Hampshire resident, 2 years plus on the property you're seeking the exemption for, and your local government adopts this provision, then yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mr. Michael Branley from the town of Swansea. Is he here?
No, he's not here.
Oh. Okay. So we will go to Mr. Brody DeShays. from NHMA.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee again. Again, Brody DeShays from the Hampshire Municipal Association. We are opposed to the bill. I know it's a local option, but we do have in our legislative policy positions that I handed out in our statements of beliefs that we don't just support every local option that the legislature seeks to provide, and we have some concerns with this legislation as written, and if a town were to adopt it due to several gray areas. Let me just get my notes open so I don't forget anything. Well, first is the tax burden shift. That's something that many of you have served in this committee for, numerous terms would recognize that we usually come forward and mention that there would be a large tax burden shift from those who would now be exempted from paying property taxes to those who will have to continue paying property taxes. It's not quite clear how big that burden shift would be, but based on the fact that there's not any means testing to this property tax exemption like most of ours do in the state of New Hampshire, it could be a very broad group of property taxpayers that would all of a sudden $530,000 of their assessed property value would be exempted from taxation, and all of that would have to shift to those who don't qualify for the tax, so those who don't meet the qualifications of this bill regarding state residency duration, duration in the residence, and also the other duration requirement. It's also a little bit confusing and ambiguous in section 2, subsection B. The exemption language, there's an exemption to the exemption is kind of what we talked about internally. And we believe would be very tough for some of our assessors, whether it's private or your assessing department, if you have your own assessor hired in-house at a municipality, to interpret this. And there'd be a lot of reporting requirements for property owners, and assessors would have to really chase down those reporting requirements. Think about the charitable and religious tax exemption where organizations have to fill out an A9 and an A12. You'd have to have similar reporting requirements for something like this. There is also an existing elderly tax exemption, RSA 72:39-A. And in, with most of our tax exemption statutes in the state of New Hampshire, if I'm not mistaken, there are means testing. So, you have to make under a certain amount in salary per year and have a certain amount of assets that are considered, and there is reporting requirements to the towns and ultimately to the Department of Revenue Administration. So due to some of the ambiguities in how you would be essentially determining someone's residence, the amount of reporting requirements to go to those different property owners and figure out if they really do meet the qualifications to meet this this tax exemption. In some towns, it would just be extremely difficult for them to apply this law. And yes, it is a local option, but with any local option, it could be petition warrant articles. So a town could say, well, we're 100% not sure that we could implement this properly or be able to have the capacity to make sure it's done correctly. And, tax exemptions are popular. No one likes paying taxes, but we recognize we have to pay taxes for basic services that society needs to function. And there'd be a fear that all of a sudden that tax burden for paying for those basic functions of society would be shifted to one classification of taxpayers versus another. So for those reasons, the Hampshire Municipal Association is opposed, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or clarify anything if people, yes.
Thank you, Mr. DeShays. The chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Would you believe that in my town 2 years in a row, there was an article in the warrant that would do exactly this, and the rationale was these people have already paid for their children. Actually, it was just taking the school part of the budget, not the rest of the school part of the cost, not the town. But is this a sort of a backdoor thing to do that? Is the rationale for this bill, or could the rationale for this bill to be accepted basis on these elderly people like me have already paid their share to the community they've lived in for 10 years and are entitled to not have to pay for the running of the town from now on because they've paid their dues?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I can't speak to the intent of the bill insofar as what the sponsor has explained to you guys what his intent is. I can say though that everyone in a municipality utilizes municipal services to varying degrees, no matter their age. So, for example, an ambulance service, a municipality is going to have a contract with a ambulance service or going to want to have their own in-house ambulance service because while it might be more likely that someone who is older might need the ambulance more than me, I still will need an ambulance if I fall and break my leg. So it's good for at least our position for everyone to be contributing towards the services that they all utilize.
Thank you.
The chair, before we proceed, the chair has a reminder for committee members. Would you believe questions are not permitted in this committee? And I will give Representative Guthrie one pass on that.
I'm entitled, thank you.
Yes, you are. The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shanes, for taking my question. As you stated, we already have an elderly tax exemption in statute 7239A. If this bill in front of us were to pass and it were to be adopted in a town, would this, do you believe, and does NHMA believe that these would act together, or would it be one or the other, or would it just be conflict?
That's a very good question. I think the way we would interpret it is that they would work together, but that's honestly maybe a better question for the Department of Revenue Administration's counsel. They might want to weigh in on something like this, but I think our personal position and our take would be that they would be together. So you could apply for the existing elderly tax exemption under 72:39-A, and then there would be this additional one that again is very broad. So you'd have, you can't know what you don't know. So we don't know how many people would be able to qualify for this, but just looking at it and how broad it is, and there being no income or asset means testing, it would be a lot of people, and it would depend on your municipality too. For example, Wolfboro, we have a higher average age than most municipalities. So me being a younger taxpayer, I might get whacked a little bit harder if this was implemented in my town.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So one last call for Mr. Michael Branley. Is he here? No, okay. Is there anyone else here present in the room who wishes to speak to this bill who hasn't had the opportunity to do so? Okay. Seeing none, I will close the hearing on House Bill 101. Yeah. I'm just going to write not positive. Oh, yeah. We have a handout that's coming around. Please take one and pass it along. We also have an amendment to this bill that's being passed around. Okay, the clerk is all sorted out. So at this time, I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 110, authorizing counties to establish revolving fund accounts. And with us this afternoon, we have Representative Trottier, who is the prime sponsor, to introduce this bill. Welcome to municipal and county government.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this committee. I am Representative Douglas Trottier out of Belknap County District 8, representing the towns of Belmont, Tilton, and Samerton. Sorry about the delay on the amendment. That was just finished about an hour ago. Today I come forward with House Bill 110 with an amendment which has been presented, which would allow county government to establish a revolving expense fund line for the purpose of special details, also known as private services or paid services. This is a common sense bill, which will allow counties government to establish a revolving expense line for special details. As our local and state entities already have this under their wing, they're able to perform this. This bill is not a required bill. It will be up to each county to decide if they would like to participate if this bill becomes law. The way the county law is written now, it does not allow county government to adopt this practice, which becomes a burden on taxpayers. If this bill is passed and the county government across the state chooses to participate, it would allow department heads to reduce their budgets by not having to request large appropriations in certain lines, which will in turn save taxpayers money. This bill would allow significant lower funding in certain lines, knowing it will be replenished when revenue is collected for services provided outside the normal duties or requirements of law enforcement agencies. Department heads would not need to request additional funding for the county commissioners in the process or in the event that they overspend that line item. Many sheriff's departments across the state have been requested by local and state law enforcement agencies to assist with patrol coverage and private paid outside details due to the shortage of manpower or the inability to hire officers. These agencies are relying on county level law enforcement agencies to assist with coverage and public safety, whereby county law enforcement has statewide jurisdictions. However, under the current law, if the funds are expended, county law enforcement must refuse to provide these services if they do not have the funds to do so. To ensure the safety, okay? Fostering economic development and ensuring critical infrastructure is not delayed. Yes, the department head may go before the county commissioners or delegation to ask for more money, which would delay deputies or law enforcement at the county level to be able to perform these extra duties due to the shortage of funds. For an example, say if a private company that is working on a bridge here in New Hampshire or any other state around us and have to come through New Hampshire, there are DOT rules that require that they get permits and that they hire law enforcement to escort them, which under the rule it says state police. With their shortage at state police, they have been relying on county agencies to provide these services to ensure the products get to their job site in a timely fashion. Whereas I said the counties do not have a revolving fund, they budget for a certain amount. And if that is spent, at that point, they have to turn down the jobs. At this point, you know, that's pretty much the 10 of the bill, it is not mandatory that any county participates, but it's their option if they would like to. With this type of fund, for an example, if all of a sudden, say a county says we're going to give you $20,000, we know that's going to be there. Once they bill out to these private companies and they pay back, they'll keep that. The money will go back, whatever they use to keep that level of $20,000 funding, and the rest would go into the general fund to help offset cost and taxes. So I asked this committee to please pass House Bill 110 and allow county government the right to establish revolving funds as municipal and state agencies are already doing. Thank you, and I will take questions.
Thank you, Representative Trottier, for your bill introduction. Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Walker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Revolving funds. So what if I'm a county, well, that's if I over appropriate into that revolving fund, can that money be shifted to another agency or another project or department?
So if I understand you right, so if all of a sudden a county decides they're going to give $20,000 for that revolving fund, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, if they hire outside details for offices, that 20,000 will always be there. Any extra money that is earned will go to the general fund. And at that point, it'll be up to the commissioners and or delegations to appropriate that money at the appropriate times.
The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you. Who would you be proposing the authorized agents would be to expend those funds?
So, for an example, the sheriff's department, at the, their budget process, they'll have a line item named under, a detail expenditure. And at that point, it'll be up to the sheriff to authorize his employees to be able to work these details. But that would be through the commissioners. The delegation at the time will determine, during their budget process, if they agree with the amount that the department head has requested.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It isn't clear to me how the money gets taken out of the reserve fund, revolving fund. It's, I know we use the same system at the town level in many cases. Tell you the truth, I don't particularly care about it, but it seems like a slush fund. But who would have the authority to take the money out of this revolve fund and pay for what you're trying to do, which is actually still operating?
Correct. So, good question, Representative. So basically, at that point, once a deputy puts in a pay slip saying he worked this detail, it goes through the HR department and it'll be part of their pay. So basically, the sheriff or the supervisor in charge of that will say, yes, this deputy worked it, approved it. It'll be part of his or her weekly pay, and the HR department will take that money out of that fund.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't this really a budget outside the budget, if you will? That it's just a separate means of paying things, and the money going in comes out of the tax levy or whatever. But isn't it just a different way of paying your bills?
I would say no on that. Basically, it will be a line item that is agreed upon by the county commissioners and the delegation. It's a line item in the budget to pay for outside details or private details that in return, the private companies will pay back, and it will go back into that line item to the maximum amount that the commissioners or delegation has agreed upon. For an example, if all of a sudden during the budget session, they say, we're gonna give you $20,000 for outside details. At that point, that $20,000 will pay for the salaries and the stuff of the deputies that work. Once that private company that hired the deputies for the special detail, that will go back into that fund, and the remainder will go back into the general budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How does the fund get established?
So basically, thank you for your question, Representative. So originally, the town will have to adopt this, saying, yes, we agree to doing a revolving fund.
Yes, follow up.
You said the town, but
I'm
we're talking
sorry.
about counties?
County, I'm sorry, my mistake, it's county
So
commissioners.
go back to my question, how would the fund get established?
So basically, the department head would ask the county commissioners during their budget to establish a revolving fund line. So it would have to be voted on by the commissioners, and that amount of money they agree upon will have to go in the budget and be reviewed by the delegation.
Further questions? Representative Grund.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I know what you just explained, but in here it says, by vote of the legislative body, establish a revolving budget expense line. So who is the legislative body? What is it, the county delegation? Is it
Is a quick question, is that in the amendment or is that in the original? Because it's in both.
in the handout we just received?
Okay.
Line 6?
So the legislative body, in my thoughts, would be the commissioners to accept the, or accept this and adopt it as one of their rules. But the review will be from the delegation, you know, if they agree with the amount that they put in to the budget.
Representative Franz.
Does this mean that there's only one initial deposit into this account from the county budget when you establish the account?
Yes, there'll be one deposit into that out of taxpayers' funds, correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Grund.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And I don't know if you know this, but maybe you do. So if there's line item transfers from different accounts, can money be transferred out of this public safety account to another account? And then this would be reestablished with the funds. So you're essentially moving funding elsewhere accidentally.
So if I'm understanding you right, yes, they can, like a department head can go to the commissioners and ask them to take money out of the unanticipated fund line, right?
I'm asking more about out of the public safety line item fund, let's say.
Okay.
Okay. If they need money for heating, can they transfer money out of that public safety fund line item to a heating line item? And now you're refunding that account with other revenue see how you transferred expense elsewhere. That's my concern.
I mean, that would be up to the commissioners, I believe, if that's how they want to do it. Biggest thing here is just keeping a certain amount in this line, and once any revenues brought in above that amount, it goes into the general fund. I believe the commissioners can decide what they want to do with it.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you once again for taking yet another question. So following up on that previous question, in Roman numeral 3, it says the provisions of this section shall not preclude the establishment of a revolving fund for any other purpose authorized by law. That confuses me. Does that mean that you could establish 5 revolving funds if you have different purposes? Does it mean that funds from the initial revolving fund can be moved to this revolving fund? What does that actually mean?
That's a good question. I would have to look into that a little bit more and think about it. Because I believe this was, my intent was just to have this fund, but at that point, once it goes into the general fund, I believe the commissioners, if they just say, we want to do something, that would be up to them.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have a pink card from a Mr. Jim McIntyre.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jim McIntyre. I'm the Chief Deputy at Belknap County Sheriff's Department. I was told to keep it simple, so I can surely do that for you. Operationally is why I'm here to testify. The New Hampshire Sheriff's Association is in support of adopting this bill. The problem comes with county government is it becomes different than municipal government. We currently provide a line item for outside details as projected, and that projection is done on best guess scenario. So we have regular details that the sheriff's office would typically handle, such as things like the Mount Washington or things that in Belknap County, specifically the Gunstock ski area and so forth. What we're finding is more departments, state and local departments are needing supplemental help. They don't have the manpower to do them. So we've actually found ourselves supplementing their forces in many capacities. Could be patrol shifts. And we have departments that don't have enough manpower to cover 24-hour protection. They hire our deputies to work those as details. When we pay these, they come out of our line item of outside details, which for a number purpose, we had set at $45,000 last year. We spent approximately $90,000 to cover that. So we're overexpended in that line item. There's no provision for us to recover that money and keep paying details. We have to go before the commissioners and ask for a line transfer or a supplemental appropriation. Neither one is desirable. This is a hope to basically have some seed money from the current line item, which would be essentially the $20,000 that Representative Chartier mentioned. That would be the seed money to start the fund, and then as vendors pay their bills back, that would replenish that $20,000. Therefore, we'd never go below the $20,000. But there is a residual when you work these details. The officer gets paid, the benefits get paid, retirement gets paid, maintenance and fuel gets paid, and then there's a residual that would then go into the general fund. So I don't know if I'm answering some of the questions I heard earlier, but the process for the overture still goes to the general fund as it currently does. What this would eliminate is our sheriff overexpending a line item that he guesses, or us asking for more money that we don't need, which would then also go either to another line or general fund. So does that help explain some of the questions? I kind of jumped forward, but I feel like there's a lot of questions fresh, and I may have some operational answers.
Well, thank you, sir. One thing, could you amend your card? You said that you were in support of this bill.
I did.
Could you amend your card and initial it, please? We're going to pass it, or when you're done, we'll pass it around. And
Absolutely.
questions, Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question, and I hope you take it in the right light.
Yes, sir.
Seems like, with all due respect, it looks like you got a real problem between your staff and the commissioners. You'll have a line item that you can transfer, or as for there is a process for to recover that $40,000 that you need for details. Is that correct?
There is no process. That's what this bill addresses, sir. The monies that we recover go direct to the general fund as a revenue. So that's what we're trying to recover, but we can be directed, in essence, to overspend that line. But that's the question, is are we allowed to overspend the line, or is there a law that can rectify it? This law parallels what municipalities do with revolving funds, and I believe that clarifying it would leave less guesswork and be a better accounting practice.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative?
Isn't there a better solution, which would be that your commissioners, when they're looking at their budget, when the legislative body is looking at their budget originally, that they actually realize that you're underfunding that line so much so that you're gonna have trouble before the end of the year? Would it be better to have that line stronger?
So yes, we've doubled that line this year, but to Representative Trottier's point, that's going to have to be funded by the taxpayers through appropriation. So they will fund $80,000 this year versus $20,000 seed. So that's where it's a savings to the taxpayer.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question and testifying. I'm curious, I think I understand who county employees are, but I'm not quite sure that I understand who volunteers are acting outside of the ordinary detail of such.
I believe that's language to cover outside detail duties, where sheriff's deputies are performing, writs and precepts from the court. Anything outside of that job description would be a voluntary outside duty. I believe that's what that language is trying to capture.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Gerard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, I know you just stated that you are now putting $80,000 into your expenditure line item. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to have $80,000 also on your revenue line item because you're going to be collecting back for that line item as well. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir, and I would love those discussions to be had in parallel, but they never want to talk about revenues at the same time they talk about expenses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have a question? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And don't forget to fix your card. Okay, so I do not have any additional pink cards. Is there anybody present in the room who wishes to speak to this bill who has not had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on House Bill 110. Okay, the clerk is ready here, so I would like to open the public hearing on House Bill 78, requiring a person to have a domicile in the district from which they serve as county commissioner. With us this afternoon, we have Representative Turcott. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, members of the Municipal and County. It looks like there are more new members to this committee than there are old members. Good to be here. Good to see you all. I am here to introduce HB 78, which is really a simple addition to correct an oversight in a bill from last term. And for those of you who are not here, I'm going to just give you a brief history of what that bill did, so it kind of gives you an idea of where we are and what we're doing here. So up until last term, in the state of New Hampshire, 9 out of the 10 counties elected their commissioners by district. Stratford County was the only one that elected them at large. In other words, the entire county elected all 3 commissioners. Well, we put in a bill last term that actually districted Stratford County for the first time, and that went through. When it came time for the election filings, we had 2 individuals file for one of the districts, District 3. And what happened with that is one of the individuals actually lived outside the district. Now, again, the whole intent of the bill that we had put in was to have the individual commissioners representing their district. So when the other individual in that District 3 actually filed an election, a complaint with the election law committee, we went to that, and the issue again ended up coming over. You'll see in the bill in front of you, RSA 655-9. And although the ballot law commission individuals actually agreed with us, they didn't approve it because they said they didn't believe it was in their jurisdiction. So what we are doing here is let's back up a little bit. When we did, I think I said at the very beginning here, there was an oversight, and 655-9 was in a different section of the RSAs than the area where we actually districted Stratford County. So that one, you'll see in the bill that I put forward, basically in section 1, it just adds "and Stratford" to clarify that also in Stratford County, that you have to be a resident of that, or you must be domiciled in that county. And that was the issue. We went before the Ballot Law Commission. They said, yeah, we agree with you, but we don't believe we have the authority to change it, so we're here to do that. There were different ways we could have skinned the cat to get this accomplished. But I think the easiest way was just to add Stratford into the list of the other 9 counties there. So that's what you see. The second part of that, starting on line 8, you'll see where it says application Stratford County. That's a lot of language that basically says what is currently, the individual that was currently elected will continue to be that commissioner, even though he lives out of the district, which, by the way, I believe it's the only, I don't know if it's the first time, but it's the only individual who actually represents a district that he doesn't live in. I don't think that's ever happened before, which is why we need to correct it. But that second section, starting on 8, is what that does. It's a lot of wording that basically says what is, and this will not change until the election, the next general election in 2026. Now, I understand Senator Gray will present you with an amendment to this. I've read through it, and I would highly recommend you do adopt it. It clarifies the section a little bit more better than currently exists. So I would recommend when he passes that out to you that you consider it before it gets over to his committee in the Senate. I believe that's all I have. My brain is still somewhere over Europe. And my body's here, but my brain's over Europe. So hopefully I did everything you needed, or said everything you needed to hear. Certainly take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Turcott, for that introduction. I have a quick question.
Sure.
Could you refresh my memory and those who were here previously? What is the bill number in the year that you're referring to?
The old one, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me.
okay.
It was 2024, though. What was it, 70?
Mm-hmm.
75?
Thank you. So
The original one, though, that was filed, it wasn't HB 75, because if you all remember, it got stuck in committee because it was retained, but it ended up being on HB 75.
Questions for the prime sponsor? The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Couple times in your testimony, you referenced district, to be domiciled in the district, but in the bill it says in the county.
What line are you talking to?
Um, Looks like line 3.
So I see what you're saying. So in the first part of that, you'll see, starting on line 2, going through line 4, it talks to commissioners, sheriffs, county attorneys, county treasurers, registry, talks to a whole slew of people, and it says that they must have a domicile in the county he was chosen. Then it goes on to talk about a county commissioner, where it's more specific, where it says person must have a domicile in the district. So the first part of it's more all-encompassing for the county. The second part is just for the
Thank you.
commissioner.
Further questions? Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
So, let's see. It pertains to vacancies. So that would be in the section 2 applicable application.
Mhm.
If lines 11, 12 and on, it says, if there shall be a vacancy in a commissioner district for any reason prior to the 2026 state general election, the vacancy shall be filled as provided in law for Stratford County commissioners that existed for the 2024 state general election. So that vacancy shall be filled by the county delegation?
No, it would be filled in the same way as, in other words, what that line is saying is, because right now we, in Stratford County, somebody can live in the domicile outside the district of which he's running for, that would continue should a vacancy occur. That's what that line refers to.
I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is who fills a vacancy?
I would say that would be probably an election. Yeah, I don't know, but I would say it was probably an election.
No, excuse me.
Yeah.
Only individuals that the chair recognizes shall speak. What I'm getting at is, it is my understanding that the body that would fill that vacancy would be the county delegation as a whole. So my question is that what you really want? Or, because now you have 3 commissioners that are in 3 different districts, would it not be perhaps a better idea to have those delegates from that district elect the replacement and not the entire county delegation?
No, and I think Senator Gray's amendment will actually speak to this.
Perfect, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, I appreciate you introducing the bill.
Thank you.
Next up is Senator Gray to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is James Gray. I'm a senator from District 6, representing Alton, Gilmanton, all the way down Route 11 to Rochester and Stratford. Just one correction, what you've got in front of you is not an amendment for your committee. It is what I will submit in my committee if you pass that bill to correct some of the things that are in there. Should you choose to adopt some of those things before it comes to me, I would be more than happy for you to do that. The two things, the existing law says that you must maintain a domicile. Well, RSA 654-1 is the statute that talks about domicile, and you can only have one domicile for voting purposes. So changing this in both the lines that I have got here, line 5 and line 8, I believe it is, to maintain your domicile or their domicile, and the actual words in the bill, is important to me because I don't want anybody to can be confused that, well, I could have a house over here and I could have a house over here, and as long as one of those houses that I'm going to call a domicile, will get me in. That's not the case, all right? And if you want to go back and look at RSA 654-1, you'll see that you can only have one domicile for voting purposes. So I do that in both places where we talk about the domicile, and I added in there and maintain that domicile. Okay, so that if a commissioner was elected and then moved from, in our case, say from Dover to Farmington, okay, they would no longer be in the district, and again, that would be against what we're talking about here. The bottom portion talks about what would happen if there's a vacancy. Okay, and certainly it was our intent that this be in effect for the 2024 elections, that you had to live in the district. There was only one person who testified at the commission meeting, the election law committee, that said that they knew that this wasn't changed, and that representative lives in Durham. I think you can go look up the testimony if you want, and did not tell anybody, at least didn't tell anybody on my side of the fence that we neglected to do that. So we are trying to make that correction, but if for any reason a vacancy does exist, then we want that person to have their domicile in the district, okay? We are not trying to throw anybody out of office. If you're elected and you stay elected, and there's only one commissioner right now in Stratford County who does not live in his district, but we'll say Commissioner Petrie, one of your former colleagues, for some reason was no longer able to serve. Okay, he lives in that district, but if he is replaced, certainly we want him to be replaced with someone who does live in that district. And the chair is correct that the county commissioners and the delegations are the ones that would do that. I think it's a kind of a moot point whether or not you have just the delegation members from that district. Should you decide to change that so that it was that, I'm not hard over in either case, but I'll leave that to you and to the prime sponsor of the bill to resolve. I personally don't have any reason to get very upset. I know that in Stratford County, right now, because of the way the delegation is, there will be more Democratic votes if everyone does it than Republican votes, because that's what the citizens chose. It would not meet the spirit of what we were trying to do in having the people of the district elect that person, but that may also require you to go out and change other statutes that we did change in the previous bill. So I'd caution you to have OLS look at that very carefully to make sure that we're not violating something else that we did. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to. I'm trying to get back down to House Ways and Means Committee, so.
Do any members have a question for Senator Gray? Representative Colby.
Just really quick, did you, is the term domicile defined within an associated statute anywhere?
Again, for
related to
voting
county?
purposes, domicile is defined in RSA 654-1. Every inhabitant of the state having a single established domicile for voting purposes, being a citizen of the United States, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And since we are talking, that it would be the definition that would be used.
Further questions? Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for coming and testifying and taking my question. Would you have any objection to us including your amendment into our bill before it goes into the Senate?
It was certainly the intent that it be presented to you, and I did give Representative Turcott a copy just this morning because he seemed to want to go to Greece or somewhere else. It was causing me some problems, and I just got this back from OLS this morning.
Well, we miss them anyway.
There you go. So again, you know, what you do is what you do, just so that you know that the bill that is in front of you right now without amendment, I probably will submit my own amendment in the Senate if you don't adopt some of these changes.
Yes.
So it is, it is a truism that if we take your amendment and put it into our final bill going before the House, you, as a courtesy to you, Senator, you would have no objection.
I have no objection.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Gray. You can go on your way. Have a good
All right.
afternoon.
Back down to Ways and Means.
Next, the chair would like to call Representative Kelly Potenza. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Representative Kelly Potenza. I represent Stratford District 19, which is Rochester wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. I'm just in support of this bill. I kind of followed this process along when the bill first came out, I believe, in 2023 and in 2024 when it all moved around and all the way up to when it was at the Ballot Law Commission. Unfortunately, this was an oversight. It was a technicality. As we all know, for people that have been in the House and for people that are new, we have a lot of RSAs. There are a lot. So there's a lot of paper that's pushed around OLS. And when, a bill is actually, getting enrolled and everything that's happening, it wasn't looked at in all the places where it applied to. So as you can imagine, for every single state position in New Hampshire, so that's from county commissioners to sheriffs to where there's districts to every single state rep that is here, you are running in your district. And so except for Stratford County commissioners right now. So it was something that was not put into the law, in a sense, a loophole that could have been corrected, but there probably would have had to been maybe lawyers involved and things like that, and it just wasn't necessary at that point. So this is fixing it. I'm really glad that Senator Gray put that amendment forward, so I'm hoping that you guys, if you wanted to maybe save him some time, you could push that through. So you understand how it affected it, there's 3 districts in Stratford County, and it was affected specifically in District, District 3, thank you. So we actually had one representative that filed that was in the district. He was in Rochester Ward 2. the gentleman that filed against him with the same party was out of district in Dover. He should have actually been filing in District 2. And then the opposing party on the Democrat side was actually out of district as well. So that's what, that's kind of what happened. And currently we do have a sitting commissioner that doesn't represent District 3. So that's kind of where we're at. We'd like to correct this. I do have a question, and I will follow up with the committee because it was brought up. Based upon what I know right now on the books, there's a conflicting RSA. So, for example, let's say if that commissioner, resigned or whatever happened or was, trying to be removed, I'm pretty sure that there's an RSA that says in regards with the delegation appointing a new commissioner, that they would have to reside in the district. I know at the Ballot Law Commission, that's how we argued to try to get this changed in regards with the filing period stuff. So I will follow up with that because I think it's important. I'm not sure if that gentleman, hopefully he'll carry out his whole term and we won't have to worry about it. But if he doesn't, there is an RSA that actually says for the delegation that they would have to be in district. So I think that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, let me know. But I'm just supporting this, fixing a loophole, unfortunately. But
Thank you, Representative Potenza, for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I have a pink card for Representative Alvin C. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Alvin C. I represent Merrimack County District 26, which is a flotarial with 8 towns. If you really want all the names, I'll give them to you. For this bill, one of the things that I was concerned about, which Senator Gray addressed in his proposed amendment, was for the elected commissioner to maintain domicile in the district. So as for the term of his office. The other couple of thoughts I had was on line 13, where it says vacancies shall be provided for law based on the 2024 laws. I would suggest that this be provided if there's a vacancy, that it would be, this paragraph would be the defining thing, so that any vacancies is filled with a person within that district. And for Stafford County, you may want to consider staggering the implementation of this for the 3 districts over different election terms, possibly just to help alleviate the situation where you've got one person out in the district. You might want to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's up to you. It's just a suggestion. I'll take questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Representative C. Questions for him? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have a Ms. Susan Rice who wishes to testify on House Bill 78. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
That. Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Susan Rice. I reside at 159 Tenrod Road in Rochester, New Hampshire. I have followed this bill all the way through. I have also testified at the Ballot Law Commission. The idea was to bring Stafford County into conformance with the other 9 counties within the state of New Hampshire. I hope that you will seriously consider adopting this along with Senator Gray's amendment, though I will confess I have not had the opportunity to read his amendment in its entirety. But from what he explained, I think that he addressed several of the issues. In regards to the last speaker having staggered terms, we only have this issue in District 2. And if this is all passed, it's my understanding that it will be corrected in the 2026 election, and then we will be in full conformance with what the spirit and intent, and those words, spirit and intent, were repeatedly stated by those of us who testified at the Ballot Law Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. And the final pink card that I have for this bill is Mr. Brian Chirichello. Did I get it right?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I've heard worse. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of municipal and county government, my name is Brian Chiricello. I am a former county commissioner, Rockingham County, also a former state rep from 2010 to 2020. I am neutral on the bill itself. However, I just wanted to point out some language. As we all know, words have meaning. And I've been trying to work on this over the last 4 years on fixing it. I did hear Senator Gray add an amendment with the word maintain in there, but I would ask that the committee kind of really do a deep dive into it. And I'll point your attention to lines 6 and 7. And it just basically says a person must have a domicile in the district from which he is elected at the time of his election. At the time of his election. Obviously, you're going to change the pronouns, but I just want to share with you what happened in Rockingham County 4 years ago before I became a commissioner. The commissioner who had my seat was in a district, District 3. He ended up getting married to a female that lived in Portsmouth, a whole different district. So he ended up moving from Derry to Portsmouth, opposite sides of the county. And when approached, we asked him to resign because he no longer represented the people of that district. He, being a lawyer himself, actually obtained a lawyer, and his lawyer said that those little words at the time of his election meant that he got to stay. So here's a county commissioner who lives in Portsmouth, who used to represent District 3. What we found out is they were trying to buy real estate in his old district for transitional housing. And what happened was the delegation found out, I was a member of the delegation at the time, found out that they were trying to buy this transitional housing, which was between 2 elementary schools. And the transitional housing was for releasing prisoners. And I have nothing against transitional housing for prisoners, but location means everything. My point being is how does a county commissioner who moves out of his district makes decisions for those people that voted for him? And on a technicality, because he got a lawyer that said at the time of his election, he lived in Derry. That has to change. And I tried changing that 4 years ago with Representative Barbara Griffin, but it was late in the year and we couldn't do anything. So this has been on my mind for this long. As you know, I was here 9 o'clock this morning and I'm the last one today. So I stayed because it's very important. So even though Senator Gray has that word maintain, still look at that because they didn't take that wording out at the time of the election. And if you're concerned about the fact that if you redistrict, how would that work? Maybe that wording came in because of redistricting. They always have a language that that protects those that are already elected while redistricting. So please take a look at that and change that. That's very important. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Mr. Chiricello.
Perfect.
The chair will cut in line and ask the first question. So with regard to Senator Gray's amendment, you spoke to your concern about the phrase at the time of their or his election or their election. So just to be clear, the inclusion in Senator Gray's amendment on line 8 of the word maintain, is that sufficient, or do you feel we need to take a second look, add extra Could you just clarify that?
Yeah, and I appreciate Representative Turcott actually shared the amendment with me because he knew I had a concern. So I would still look at it because being in the real estate, that's what I do for a living, real estate. Maintain could mean a number of different things. I just don't want to see what happened to, 4 years ago with that commissioner. Really, I mean, ethically, he really should have stepped down, but he didn't. And again, he used it as a technicality, and it's just wrong. I'm not an attorney. I don't pretend to be an attorney. I would just have someone look at both Senator, and I heard Senator Gray say if there's anything additional, he's willing to fix it as well. But just take a look at that if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Representative Murphy, do you have your hand up? No. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That is the last pink card that I have. So I will ask, is there anyone in the room wishing to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on House Bill 78. So committee members, that concludes our publicly noticed business for today. But before we adjourn, I have a few afternoon announcements. So looking to next week. So that's the week of January 19th. There is it's not the week of January 19th. Okay, so on Monday, January 16th, it's a holiday. So no. Yeah, the 20th. I guess I was right. Sunday is the 19th. Okay. Yeah, so the 20th is a holiday, and I plan to meet on Thursday. So be attentive to your emails for a public meeting notice. And then the following week of January 26th, I am looking to meet on Thursday, January 30th, if there is no House session, and looking forward into February. The week of February 16th, Monday, February 17th is a holiday, and I would like to meet on Thursday, February 20th, if there is no House session scheduled. If there is, then I'm going to have to sort something else out. And finally, as a reminder, the last week in February, the 24th through the 28th, is New Hampshire school winter recess. The speaker has tentatively said that he plans no House sessions. And if this committee is on schedule or ahead of schedule, I plan not to hold a meeting, or if we need to, I will hold a public hearing only so that we can get our work done. So with that, this committee is adjourned. Thank you, and have a, questions? Yes? Okay. So this is a tentative plan because this room is a shared resource. So I plan to meet on Thursday, January 16th. No, the 19th. I'm just having trouble with that week. No, I know. It's whatever Thursday is. I think it's the 19th. No. I was doing good. All right. Let me look at the calendar. Whatever that Thursday is. Okay. I must have been looking at something wrong, but so the next tentative date is Thursday, January 30th. Yeah, the 23rd and then the 30th. No. Oh. Okay. Wait, okay, so I will send out an email that's clear when I get home. Any other additional questions? Okay, thank you. Representative Franz?
If we have county commitments on Monday, how do we handle that?
Thank you for the question. So the reason that we're not going to meet on that Monday, which is, I believe, the last week in January, is because at this point in time, it has been brought to my attention that this committee has at least 3 members who will not be able to attend. So again, we don't have all the bills referred to this committee, so I need to sort out what our workload's going to be and whether or not we're going to have a hearing or a full executive session or half and half. So it's not a good idea to have it when I know at least 3 people won't be here. So that's why it's on Thursday. We can talk offline with regards to executive sessions if you want. Okay. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Again, thank you for participating today and have a great weekend.